Chapter 759 Suppressed. Lu Ming, don't fight with me this time. There's also Miss Xia. Calm down, calm down. I'll settle this. Kong Jin suddenly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Ah. Lu Ming was stunned. Xian Yanqing's eyes glowed with a cold light. He was stunned. At this moment, Kong Jin stepped out and shouted, I say, you two old fogies, are you treating me like air? Now, quickly kneel down and apologize to these girls, and this lord can consider giving you a lighter punishment. These sudden words caused Ruan Tingting, Xiao Xian, and Shi Kai to be stunned. Fat pig, what did you just say? An old man's face darkened. Old man, are you deaf? I told you to kneel down and admit your mistakes. Kong Jin said with a cold face. Lu Ming smiled faintly but did not step forward. This fatty wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman. He would let him. Anyway, in Lu Ming's heart, these two old fellows from the Miao family were dead for sure. Xian Yanqing snorted but did not make a move. Fatty, you don't want to live anymore. Ruan Tingting's face was as white as snow. She walked to Kong Jin's side and whispered. Tingting, don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. I can suppress these two old men with one hand. Kong Jin straightened his back and shouted. He was speaking the truth. The two elders were both at the peak first level of the spiritual ocean tier. He was confident that he could suppress them with one hand. It's over, it's over. Ruan Tingting, Xiao Xian, and the others thought that Fatty was bragging inside in their hearts. Today, they were definitely done for. In fact, they had already decided that they would rather die than fall into the hands of these two old men. Fat pig, if you want to be the hero saving the beauty, why don't you take a look at your own capabilities first? I'll chop you up right now. An old man revealed a cold smile on his face. His figure moved as fast as lightning, and he clawed at the fatty. Fast, too fast, and a huge pressure spread out, pressing down on Ruan Tingting and the others. They only felt that there was an incomparably heavy mountain on their bodies, and they couldn't even resist. The difference between ordinary peak-tier kings and first-level spiritual ocean-tier supreme beings was too great, and they could kill a large group with a single slap. Ruan Tingting and the other two were in despair. They realized that they might not even be able to commit suicide in the hands of the two old men. However, the next moment, their eyes suddenly widened. The fat man reached out his hand and grabbed the old man's wrist. Gotcha! The next moment, the sound of bones breaking came from the old man's wrist, followed by the old man's shrill scream. Stupid fat pig, let me go! The old man roared. His body was filled with green true essence, and his cultivation erupted. His other palm smashed toward Kong Jin. Bang! Kong Jin was very direct. He raised his arm and swung it. The old man's body was like a broken gunny sack, heavily thrown to the ground. With a boom, the ground shook, and the old man's body hit the ground, creating a big pit. The intent realm and Jin Yuan on his body all disappeared without a trace. Bang! Kong Jin swung his arm again. The old man created another hole in the ground, and even the secret room started to shake. The old man was lying in the pit, spitting out blood. His body was like a pile of mud, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. With his cultivation at the peak first level of the spiritual ocean tier, he actually had no power to resist Kong Jin. Kong Jin said that he would suppress him with one hand, so he did it. Freak, he's a freak. The old man roared in his heart. Ruan Tingting, Xiao Xian, and Shi Kai were already petrified. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at Kong Jin's tall and straight figure. Especially Ruan Tingting. She had known Kong Jin for a while now, but she had never seen him hand anything. She never dreamed that this lazy fatty would be so terrifying. A first-level spiritual ocean tier cultivator was as weak as a baby in Kong Jin's hands. This was simply too unbelievable. It was like a dream. A clown. How dare you be so rude to Tingting? You're looking for death. Kong Jin straightened his chest with all his might, trying to look as mighty and extraordinary as possible. TSK, you really know how to act. Xian Yinqing said in disdain. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Go quickly. Bring the experts of the Miao family here and kill this fatty. I want them to die, all of them. The mud-like old man roared. The old man at the entrance of the passage suddenly reacted and turned to run. However, the moment he turned around, he suddenly saw a figure standing at the entrance of the passage, looking at him with a faint smile. It was Lu Ming, but he did not know when Lu Ming had appeared there. Brat, get lost. He could not be bothered to think too much. He roared and charged at Lu Ming. The terrifying true essence and concept condensed into a sharp blade and slashed at Lu Ming. He wanted to kill Lu Ming as quickly as possible and then escape. He could not let the fatty catch up to him. He was too terrifying. He swore in his heart that as long as he could escape, he would bring the experts of the Miao family to kill that fatty and destroy the Sea Cloud sect. Then, he saw Lu Ming stretch out his palm and slap him. Bang! The saber light that he had unleashed with all his might was as fragile as tofu in front of Lu Ming's palm. Wherever Lu Ming's palm passed, all his attacks and defenses turned into bubbles. Then, Lu Ming's palm landed on his face ruthlessly. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. The old man felt the world spin around him. His body flew far away and fell in front of Kong Jin. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he was dumbfounded. The old man, who was like a pile of mud, was also confused. Ruan Tingting, Qiao Xian, Shi Kai, and the rest's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze, then at the old man who had been slapped until he was dizzy. They rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. Lu Ming. Ruan Tingting and the others were no longer speaking fluently. They didn't know what to say. First, it was empty advance, then Lu Ming. In their hands, two first-level spiritual ocean-tier powerful beings were simply trash, dolls, without the slightest ability to resist. Birds of a feather flocked together. They thought of this sentence. That fatty was so powerful. How could Lu Ming be weak? And Xian Yinqing. They looked at Xian Yinqing, who still had a look of disdain on his face, and were speechless. Who were these people? Could he be a top figure on the list of top 1,000 talents? Lu Ming, you're snatching it from me again? Kong Jin cast an unhappy glance at Lu Ming. I'm just afraid that he'll run away. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. With me here, where can he run to? It's just a matter of minutes to get rid of these two pieces of trash. Alright, Tingting, how do we get rid of them now? Kong Jin looked at Ruan Tingting. Kill them. We must kill them. Otherwise, the Miao family will not let us off when they return. Before Ruan Tingting could say anything, Qiao Xian spoke up in a decisive manner. The 100 Venerated Mountains. No, I beg you, please spare us. When we go back, I promise not to say a word. We'll pretend that today's incident never happened and let it go. Yes, let's forget it. The two old men from the Miao family shouted one after another. Unfortunately, I don't trust you. Ruan Tingting's face was cold as a bright sword light poured out. The two pitiful elders from the Miao family were separated by Lu Ming and Kong Jin despite their strength. They were completely unable to resist and their bodies were pierced by the sword light. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Tingting's gaze swept across Lu Ming before landing on Kong Jin. Fatty, you've been hiding it from me for so long. You're so strong, but you didn't tell me. Tingting, you didn't ask me, did you? Kong Jin chuckled. This time, it's all thanks to you guys. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. How about this, all of the storage rings here will belong to you. We don't want any of them. Qiao Xian said. It should be like this. Ruan Tingting nodded. Although Shi Kai was a little indignant, it was all thanks to Lu Ming and Kong Jin this time. He did not have the face to ask for a share of the profits. This place was found by everyone, so let's split it equally. Lu Ming walked forward and devoured the blood essence of the two elders without anyone knowing. Two martial artists at the first level of the spiritual ocean realm. As for the skeleton, Lu Ming estimated that it was at most at the third level of the spiritual ocean realm when it was alive. With Lu Ming's current realm, he was not too tempted, so he suggested splitting it equally. Qiao Xian, Shi Kai, and a few others were all local tyrants. Although their cultivation was not strong, it might be useful to build good relations with them. Well, Lu Ming is right. Let's split it equally. You guys can check it. Kong Jin's Zhen Yuan sucked in a few storage rings and he handed them to Ruan Tingting. Thank you, Brother Kong and Brother Lu. Shi Kai immediately expressed his gratitude, his face beaming with joy. As such, Ruan Tingting and Qiao Xian did not decline and began to count. In the end, the six of them split it equally. The mission has been completed. Let's go back first. Thank you for this time. I'll treat you to a big meal in 2 days. Ruan Tingting said with a smile. Qiao Xian and Shi Kai were also beaming with joy. This time, they had struck it rich. They left the secret underground room, and nothing happened along the way. It didn't take long for them to return to Grand Gathering City. Qiao Xian and Shi Kai were the first to leave, returning to their respective factions. Lu Ming and the rest returned to the courtyard with Ruan Tingting. After returning to the courtyard, Ruan Tingting left first. She had to hand in the Black Ghost Scorpion mission. After Ruan Tingting went to the Hall of Missions to hand in her mission and was about to go back, she was stopped by a figure. Yi Qing, what's the matter? Ruan Tingting's eyes darkened as she looked at the figure in front of her. The person in front of her was a woman. She was quite good-looking, but her mean eyes destroyed her beauty. Ruan Tingting, my father is looking for you. Go to the meeting hall. Yi Qing said coldly. The sect master is looking for me? Ruan Tingting frowned. Yi Qing's father was the Wind Sword sect leader. Whether it was talent or beauty, Ruan Tingting was superior to Yi Qing. In the past, Yi Qing had always been jealous of Ruan Tingting and would cause trouble for her at any time. The relationship between the two was very bad. Let's go. Yi Qing turned around and walked out. The cold smile on her face grew wider and there was a faint smug smile on her face. Ruan Tingting frowned. She had a bad feeling about this, but since the sect master was looking for her, she had no choice but to go. Not long after, Ruan Tingting and Yi Qing arrived at the Wind Sword Sect's meeting hall. In the conference hall, not only was the Wind Sword Sect leader Yi Fa present, but there were also a few of the most powerful elders of the Wind Sword Sect, all of whom were above the Sea of Soul realm. Solo. Ruan Tingting saw Su Luo behind an elder. Solo's father was an elder. Solo looked at her with a cold gaze. Ruan Tingting didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling. This disciple greets the sect master and elders. Ruan Tingting bowed. Rise. The Wind Sword Sect leader, Yi Fa, smiled. Many thanks, Palace Master. Ruan Tingting said. Tingting, your Ruan family has received the Wind Sword Sect's favor for generations, and the Wind Sword Sect has also nurtured you with all their heart. Now, there's something that concerns the rise and fall of the Wind Sword Sect that you need to do. You won't refuse, right? Yi Fa said. Ruan Tingting's heart skipped a beat. She knew that they were about to get to the main topic. She said, please speak, sect master. As long as Tingting can do it, I will do my best. Tingting, you should know about the 100 Venerated Mountain, right? Yi Fa said. The 100 Venerated Mountains? Could it be that it has already been opened? Ruan Tingting was shocked. The 100 Venerates Mountain is an extremely mysterious holy land for cultivation. It is said that there are more than 100 spiritual God realm masters who left their marks and inheritances in the 100 Venerates Mountain. It is usually not opened and will only be opened before the Battle of Providence. The geniuses of those great families can naturally enter at will, but small forces like us have a fixed quota. This time, there are a total of 36 forces surrounding the 3 cities, Juhao City, Juxing City, and Jufeng City. There are only 30 spots, and only the 6 most powerful forces are qualified to be allocated spots. Therefore, after 10 days, the 36 forces will send their strongest experts to compete for the first 6 spots. Yi Fa explained. Sect Master, for this kind of competition, it'll definitely be spiritual ocean tier warriors fighting, right? My cultivation is low, how can I help? Ruantingting asked in confusion. That's right, it'll naturally be a spiritual ocean tier expert. My Wind Sword Sect's Patriarch will also come out of seclusion to battle. However, with my Wind Sword Sect strength, it's impossible for us to enter the top 6. We'll have to ask for external help. Only then can we enter the top 6. I can't miss this opportunity. When the time comes, a few geniuses from my Wind Sword Sect will be able to enter, and will be able to rise in the future. Yi Fa said. Ruantingting still didn't say anything. She still didn't know what she needed to do. Tingting, to tell you the truth, the 2 seniors of Clear River Mountain have taken a fancy to you. As long as you agree to marry them, they will help my Wind Sword Sect. In that case, my Wind Sword Sect will have a high chance of getting into the top 6. After Yi Fa finished speaking, he looked at Ruantingting with bright eyes. Boom! 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 Ruantingting's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning. After a long time, Yi Fa's true motive was finally revealed. He wanted him to marry the 2 monsters of Mount Qinghe. The 2 monsters of Qinghe were 2 old monsters who had lived for more than 1,000 years. They were both vicious and eccentric, and they were famous in the vicinity of Grand Gathering City. Yi Fa actually wanted to use her as a condition to marry the 2 old monsters in exchange for their help. Yes, she was married to 2 old monsters at the same time. Ruantingting never expected such a thing to happen. I don't agree. Ruantingting clenched her fists tightly and took a deep breath. She looked at Yi Fa with determination. Yi Fa frowned, and so did the other elders. Tingting, you have to know how important this opportunity is to the Wind Sword Sect. The 2 seniors from Clear River Mountain are at the 4th level of the Spiritual Ocean Realm and the peak of the 3rd level of the Spiritual Ocean Realm. With their help, we'll definitely be able to get into the top 6. Even if we're in 6th place, we'll still have 3 spots. This matter concerns the rise and fall of the Wind Sword Sect. Yi Fa emphasized. Forced. No, I don't agree. Sect Master, if you want help, you can ask someone else. Why must you ask the 2 monsters of Clear River? Ruantingting said. Someone else? Then what kind of expert can you invite, tell me? Yi Fa sneered. I have a few friends with extremely high cultivation and powerful combat strength. You can ask them to help us. Ruantingting thought of Lu Ming, Kong Jin, and Xian Yanqing. Ha ha ha, Ruantingting, you're not talking about the boys who live in your courtyard, are you? Beside him, Solo burst out laughing. That's right, it's them. Ruantingting said through gritted teeth. Kong Jin and Lu Ming could easily crush the 2 elders of the Miao family who were at the peak of the 1st level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. Their combat strength was definitely above the 2nd level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. Ruantingting thought that if she begged them, Kong Jin and the others might agree. Hee hee, what a joke. What can those few kids do to help us? Are you a burden to us? That girl is pretty, as beautiful as a fairy. Do you want her to use her beauty as a trap? Haha. Solo laughed out loud. Humph, she's just trying to find a reason to shirk her responsibility. She doesn't care about the sect at all, she only cares about herself. Yi Qin coldly said. Alright, the two seniors of Mount Clear River are at the peak of the fourth and third level of the spiritual ocean realm. Where can we find such combat power? Only finding them is the safest. This matter is settled. Yi Fa said. No, I don't agree. Sect Master, you know what kind of people the two monsters of Qing He are. They are two old monsters. Who knows how many innocent girls have died at their hands? Ruantingting shook her head. Nonsense, the two seniors of Qinghe Mountain are not that kind of people. You must agree to this. Yi Fa's face darkened as he scolded. That's right, Ruantingting. Those are two powerful people in the spiritual ocean tier. It's your fortune to be able to marry them. This is also a benefit that the sect fought for you. It's fine if you don't thank them, but you dare to reject them? Yi Qing's eyes glowed with joy as she coldly said. Since it's so good, why don't you get married? Since it's for the good of the sect, then get married. Ruantingting stared at Yi Qing and called out. Nonsense. The two seniors of Mount Qinghe have their eyes on you. All right, this matter is settled. Go back and pack up. In 2 days, follow me to Mount Qinghe. Yi Fa slammed the table and made his decision. No, I won't marry you. I'd rather die than marry you. Unless you kill me and bring my body over. Ruantingting gritted her teeth, her eyes red as she looked at Yi Fa with determination. Impudent. Evil creature. What an ingrate. The other elders shouted in anger and glared at Ruantingting. Ha ha ha. Ruantingting suddenly burst out laughing. At this moment, her heart was as cold as ice. She was completely disappointed in this sect. For generations, the Ruan family has given our all for the Wind Sword sect. We've fought bloody battles and made countless contributions. My big brother died in battle for the sect. The Ruan family has never owed the sect anything. You don't have to use any favors to pressure me. Ruantingting completely exploded. She stood up straight and glanced at Yi Fa and the elders. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. You guys don't have to give any excuses. Whatever you say is for the sake of the sect's rise and fall. You're just doing it for your own selfish reasons. You want to send your descendants, these few pieces of trash, to the 100 Venerate Mountain. Are they the most talented in the Wind Sword sect? Ruantingting pointed at Yi Qing and Su Luo. Bitch, what did you say? Who are you calling trash? Yi Qing screamed. Isn't it? How many resources has the sect spent on you? If these resources were used on me, I would have broken through to the Sea of Soul realm long ago. You, on the other hand, have only just broken through to the peak tier king tier. If you're not trash, what are you? Ruantingting shouted. Bitch, you're talking nonsense. I want you dead. Yi Qing's voice was sharp and her face was twisted. Ruantingting had hit her where it hurt. If the quota obtained this time is really given to those talented disciples, I can agree to it. But if it's given to these few trash, I will definitely not agree. Ruantingting said. The matter of the spots, the sect is free to arrange, it's not up to you to interfere. Yi Fa's face was very cold as he said in a deep voice. Ruantingting shook her head and smiled bitterly. Her talent was definitely one of the best in the Wind Sword sect. However, she was usually suppressed in all aspects. All the good resources would be given to Yi Qing, Su Luo, and the others first because they had a backer. As for her, most of her resources were obtained by completing missions on her own. She wouldn't say anything about this. They were born into different families, and that was how fate was. She could only rely on herself. But now, Yi Fa and the others were so shameless that they wanted to sacrifice her in exchange for Yi Qing and the others' opportunities. She would never agree. I'll say the same thing again. Either you kill me, or I won't agree to this. Ruantingting's reply was decisive. Ruantingting, you'd better think it through. You should know that your parents are still in the sect. You'd better consider their safety. Yi Fa said in a deep voice. Ruan Tingting's delicate body trembled violently, and her face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. Yi Fa actually used her parents to threaten her. Was this something a sect leader should do? Despicable, shameless, Yi Fa, you guys are despicable. Ruan Tingting shouted. You bastard. How dare you? Ruan Tingting, come with me to Mount Qinghe in 2 days. Otherwise, I'll collect your parents' bodies and you'll still have to go. Yi Fa stood up and released a powerful aura that pressed down on Ruan Tingting. Ruan Tingting's body trembled, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with despair. She had no choice. Her parents' lives were in the hands of the Wind Sword sect. She could only compromise. Hee hee, Ruan Tingting, aren't you pretty? Congratulations, you've married 2 almighty men. Yi Qing let out a gloating laugh. Ruan Tingting, when I enter the 100 venerated mountains in the future, I will obtain a great opportunity and become a peerless expert. I will definitely not forget your kindness. Solo laughed heartily, extremely carefree. Trash like you will never achieve anything great. Ruan Tingting glared at them coldly, then turned around and strode out of the meeting hall. Humph, bitch, just you wait. Yi Qing snorted. Ruan Tingting walked out of the meeting hall in a daze. She felt despair in her heart. The road ahead was long, but she could not see any hope. She flew out of the Wind Sword sect in a daze and disappeared into the distance. She only returned to the courtyard in the evening. Tingting, what's wrong? Why are your eyes so red? Did someone bully you? Kong Jin quickly asked after seeing Ruan Tingting. I'm fine. Now, all of you, move out of my courtyard and leave the Wind Sword sect. Ruan Tingting said coldly. You want to drive us away? Why? Kong Jin was a little stunned. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing heard the commotion and walked out. Chapter 762 Crisis. Why are there so many whys? I hate you, and I don't welcome you now. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Ruan Tingting's face was cold as she asked him to leave. Tingting, what's wrong? You were fine before. What's wrong with you? Kong Jin asked. Didn't you hear me telling you to leave? You're not welcome here, so leave quickly. Are you going to bully me just because you have a high cultivation level? I'm not afraid. Ruan Tingting called out stubbornly. Tingting, what's the matter? Tell us and I'll help you soul-avere it. Kong Jin shouted. Ruan Tingting gritted her teeth and almost said it, but then she remembered that there were patriarchs at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier in the Wind Sword sect, as well as several experts at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. If she told Kong Jin and the others, wouldn't she just implicate them? She gritted her teeth and didn't say anything, only wanting Kong Jin and the others to leave. Fatty, let's go. Lu Ming walked over, pulled the spatial link, and walked out. But... Tingting. Kong Jin wanted to continue. Let's go, we'll talk after we leave. Lu Ming pulled Fatty and walked out with Xian Yanqing by his side. As she watched Lu Ming and the rest leave, Ruan Tingting could no longer hold back her tears. They flowed down in streams. Lu Ming pulled Kong in and left the Wind Sword sect. Lu Ming, why did you drag me out? Tingting must be in trouble. Kong Jin said. You think I can't tell? Lu Ming said. If you can tell, why did you bring me out? There must be an inside story behind this. She doesn't want to say it, perhaps because she's afraid of implicating us. We can only come out first and think of a solution later. Lu Ming frowned. What do you have in mind? Kong Jin said. Right now, we need to first know what's going on before we can soul-avere it. Let's go to Grand Gathering City first. Didn't we leave behind Miss Qiao Xian's voice transmission jade talisman? She's so close to Tingting, so she might know something. Let's find her first. Lu Ming said. Perhaps it's because of the Wind Sword sect or her family. I've seen her cry before. Xian Yanqing said. Let's go to Grand Gathering City first. I'll send a message to Miss Qiao Xian. Lu Ming took out a jade voice transmission talisman. At this moment, his eyes flickered. Miss Qiao Xian sent me a message first, asking us to gather at Grand Gathering City. Lu Ming said. Kong Jin's expression changed. He said, Miss Qiao Xian must have something to tell us at this time. Let's go. The three of them quickly flew towards Grand Gathering City. Not long after, they arrived at Grand Gathering City and saw Qiao Xian at the city gate. Brother Kong, Brother Lu, Miss Xia, Tingting is in trouble. Qiao Xian said anxiously when she saw Lu Ming and the others. What happened? Tingting just kicked us out. Kong Jin hurriedly said. Tingting came to look for me just now. She cried the moment she saw me. She didn't want to tell me at first, but after I asked her again and again, she finally told me that it was because of the 100 venerated mountain. Immediately, Qiao Xian told him everything she knew. Despicable, despicable and shameless Wind Sword sect. What sect leader? What elder? They're simply shameless to the extreme. After listening to what he had to say, Kong Jin's anger rose to the sky like a mad beast. This sect should not remain in this world. Xian Yanqing's voice was also extremely cold. Miss Qiao Xian, you're guessing that Ting Ting will risk her life to save her parents? Lu Ming asked. With Ting Ting's personality, that's very likely to be the case. Qiao Xian said, not good. If you can guess it, how can the Wind Sword sect not? If Ting Ting goes, it might be dangerous. Let's hurry back to the Wind Sword sect. Lu Ming's expression changed. By the time Qiao Xian found Lu Ming and the rest, Ruan Tingting had already started to move in the Wind Sword sect. She had changed into a black robe and turned into a black phantom in the night, flying towards the depths of the Wind Sword sect at high speed. After passing through many pavilions and palaces, Ruan Tingting appeared in a courtyard. Who is it? When Ruan Tingting appeared, a voice came from one of the rooms. Then, two figures appeared in the courtyard. It was a middle-aged couple. Tingting, it's you. Why are you here so late at night? She asked. The middle-aged man looked at Tingting and asked. Father, mother, come with me. Let's leave this place and leave the Wind Sword sect. Ruan Tingting's eyes were red. Tingting, what happened? The middle-aged couple was even more confused. Father, mother, they want me to marry the two monsters of Mount Qinghe. They even need you to threaten me. Ruan Tingting briefly explained the situation. What? How could such a thing happen? Our Ruan clan has been devoted to the Wind Sword sect, but they're still treating you like this. No, I must find the sect leader and ask him. The middle-aged man said angrily. Father, it's no use. They're very determined. In their eyes, it's only right for them to use my happiness to help their children. Let's go. Ruan Tingting said. This was also the reason why she came here personally and didn't send a message to her parents. She was afraid that after her father received the news, he would directly look for Yi-Fa, and by then, she wouldn't be able to leave even if she wanted to. Yeah, listen to Tingting. There's no need to stay in such a sect. Ruan Tingting's mother said. Alright, let's go. Ruan Tingting's father said through gritted teeth. The three of them carefully left the courtyard and headed out of the sect. They bypassed many courtyards and left the core area of the Wind Sword sect. The terrain became wider, but the three of them stopped. In front, Yi Qing and Su Luo stood in front and sneered. Behind them, a group of people followed. Ruan Tingting, how dare you? You actually want to betray the Wind Sword sect with your parents and ignore the rise and fall of the Wind Sword sect. You've committed a heinous crime. Yi Qing sneered with a smug smile on her face. Yi Qing, just admit that you're despicable and shameless. Don't use those reasons to pressure me. You're only doing this for yourself. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Ruantingting's face was very pale. She knew that she would not be able to leave today. Impudent, you bitch, what's your status? How dare you speak to me like this? Men, take down those 2 old men and cripple their cultivation. I'll see if that cheap woman will obey or not. Yi Qing shrieked. A few figures walked out from behind her. Charge out. Ruantingting's father shouted as his aura burst out from his body and he rushed out. Ruantingting's father also had the cultivation of a peak-tier king. At the same time, Ruantingting and her mother also rushed forward. Today, he would only have a chance if he killed his way out. Ruantingting's mother, who was a level 9 martial king, and Ruantingting joined forces to defeat the 2 men. You still dare to fight back? Let's attack together. Solo waved his hand. Immediately, the people behind them all made their moves. There were more than 10 of them. 3 of them were peak-tier kings, while the others were late-stage kings. With so many experts, Ruantingting's group of 3 couldn't rush out at once. Chapter 763 All of you must die. Buzz. At this moment, a small dagger suddenly appeared in Ruantingting's hand. The dagger danced in the air, shooting out rays of cold light that were extremely sharp. Puchi. One of the burly men was swept by the sharp light, and one of his arms was cut off. He retreated while screaming in pain. 6th level spiritual weapon. How do you have a 6th level spiritual weapon? Damn it, take them down. This 6th level spiritual weapon is mine. Yi Qing shrieked, her eyes revealing a greedy light. Ruantingting's spirit weapon was naturally from the storage rings of those Sea of Soul realm martial artists that she had previously obtained. Ruantingting was controlling a 6th level spiritual weapon, and her combat power had already suppressed the other peak-tier kings. She was about to rush out. However, at this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds came from behind them. At least a few dozen figures were flying over at extreme speed. 2 of them had auras as deep as the ocean, and they were all at the spiritual ocean tier. Yi Fa, the Grandmaster of the Wind Sword Sect, and Su Luo's father, Su Tingshan. Ruantingting's family revealed a look of despair. Not only did your family betray the sect, but you also injured your fellow disciples. This is a heinous crime. Take them all down. Yi Fa ordered. More than a dozen figures flew out from behind Yi Fa, and more than half of them were peak-tier kings. Tingting, run. I'll hold them back. Ruantingting's father roared and rushed toward the dozen or so figures. Father. Ruantingting shouted. Go quickly, Tingting, you can't marry the 2 monsters of Qinghe River, go quickly. Ruantingting's father roared, and the aura on his body became violent. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Someone exclaimed. You're looking for death. At this time, Su Tingshan took a big step forward and pressed down with his palm. A palm print as big as a mountain hit Ruantingting's father. Ruantingting's father coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his body made a cracking sound. Father, don't. Ruantingting shouted. Let's go. Ruantingting's father ignored his injuries and rushed over madly. Ruanzhen, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Su Tingshan took a step forward and pointed out his finger. The terrifying finger force was like a sharp sword, shooting toward Ruantingting's father. The finger force pierced through Ruanzhen's chest and pierced through his heart. Hurry, let's go. Ruanzhen spat out his last words before his life was extinguished and he fell to the ground. No. Ruantingting's eyes were bloodshot as she screamed madly. Brother Zhen. Ruantingting's mother also shouted and ran toward Ruanzhen's body. Even without your parents, you still want to go to Mount Qinghe. I will kill your parents now and seal your cultivation. 2 days later, I will send you to Mount Qinghe. Su Tingshan strode forward and pointed out his finger again. Just as Ruantingting's mother caught Ruanzhen's body, she was pierced through by the finger force and fell to the ground. She turned around to look at Ruan Tingting for the last time before her life force dissipated. Father, mother, ah. I want you all dead. Su Tingshan. Ruan Tingting screamed crazily. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She rushed towards Su Tingshan crazily. The qi on her body was extremely violent. How is it possible for you to self-destruct in front of me? Su Tingshan coldly snorted and struck out a palm. Ruan Tingting's entire body trembled and she coughed up a large amount of blood. Her body flew far away. Her cultivation had been sealed by Su Tingshan's true essence. A burly man flew forward and caught Ruan Tingting. From the beginning to the end, Yi Fa looked on coldly. Kill me. You'd better kill me. Otherwise, I swear I'll kill you. I'll destroy the Wind Sword sect and avenge my parents. Ruan Tingting's eyes were filled with hatred. You? Hee hee, if you can last 3 months against the 2 monsters of Qinghe, I'll admit defeat. Yi Qing coldly laughed. Ruan Tingting, you brought all of this upon yourself. If you had obediently agreed, how could all of this have happened? All of this was caused by you. Sullo sneered as well. All right, take her away and lock her up. Yi Fa waved his hand. Whoever dares to touch Tingting, I will kill him. At this moment, a deafening roar reverberated in the air. A terrifying killing intent permeated the air from outside the Wind Sword sect. It was as if an unparalleled beast had awakened. 4 figures instantly appeared in this place. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Kong Jin, and Xiao Xian had finally arrived. Let go of your dirty hands. Kong Jin's body exuded a terrifying aura. The huge axe in his hand was covered in blood. A Wind Sword sect disciple had tried to stop him earlier, but he had been chopped off by his axe. At this moment, the ferocity on his body was extremely thick. His figure moved and appeared in front of the burly man who had grabbed Ruan Tingting. The burly man was shocked and was about to retreat, but a large hand reached out and grabbed his neck. With a crack, the Peak-tier king's neck was snapped. Kong Jin took advantage of the situation and pulled Ruan Tingting into his arms. Tingting, are you okay? Kong Jin looked at Ruan Tingting worriedly. Father, mother. Tears streamed down Ruan Tingting's face as she looked at her parents' corpses in a daze. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming's aura was like a mountain. He strode forward, and the world rumbled. He did not hide his cold killing intent at all. A bunch of trash. Today, all of you will die. Lu Ming's voice was cold and emotionless. It's you little bastards. How dare you trespass into the Wind Sword sect? Tell me, did you collude with that bitch Ruan Tingting to plot against the Wind Sword sect? Su Luo pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Kill. Lu Ming shouted and clenched his fist in the air. Su Luo suddenly felt that he was bound by a force and his body was flying toward Lu Ming rapidly. Ah, father, save me. Sullo was scared and shouted in fear. Brat, let go of my son. Su Tingshan strode forward and wanted to help. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch with his other hand. A ray of fist radiance flew out and hit Su Tingshan, sending him flying backward. The next moment, Su Luo fell into Lu Ming's hands. He had his throat in Lu Ming's grasp. Speak, who killed the 2 of them? Lu Ming pointed at the corpses of Ruan Tingting's parents and asked Su Luo. Brat, how dare you grab me? Put me down. You're looking for death, do you know that? Sullo shouted. A blast of energy shot out and cut off Sullo's arm. Sullo let out a hysterical scream. Speak. Lu Ming's cold killing intent grew stronger. Ah, I'll tell you, I'll tell you. My father killed him. It's my father. It's not my fault. Su Luo screamed and betrayed Su Tingshan. Su Tingshan's face turned pale as he roared, Kid, let go of my son. Otherwise, I guarantee that you won't be able to walk out of the Wind Sword sect. At this moment, 2 more powerful auras descended. They were 2 extremely powerful elders from the Wind Sword sect. Oh, really? I'd like to see how you're going to prevent me from leaving the Wind Sword sect. Lu Ming sneered and his palm burst with energy. Bang! Su Luo exploded in Lu Ming's hands and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Luo, damn it, I want you to pay with your life. Su Tingshan roared with red eyes. Personally take revenge in the future. Kill. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense. He strode forward and charged towards Su Tingshan. Sect Master, Elders, let's attack together and kill this brat. Su Tingshan's face changed as he shouted. He had just received a punch from Lu Ming and was rather fearful of him. Attack. The other 2 patriarchs made their moves. At the same time, Su Tingshan made his move as well. The 3 of them joined forces and attacked Lu Ming. The 2 elders were at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm, while Su Tingshan was at the late stage. Yi Fa didn't make a move, he just stood at the side. When the 3 of them joined forces, their momentum was grand and their power was boundless. Their momentum was extremely shocking. However, Lu Ming did not even blink. His face was still cold as he stared at Su Tingshan. Just as the 3 of them were about to land their attacks on Lu Ming, he threw 3 punches. With 3 miserable shrieks, Su Tingshan and the other 2 were sent flying far away while spitting out blood. Why would I? The Wind Sword sect members were dumbfounded as they watched this scene in shock. This young man was actually so terrifying, heavily injuring 3 spiritual ocean tier elders with 1 move. This was too inconceivable. No one can save you today. Lu Ming walked towards Su Tingshan, step by step. Su Tingshan's heart trembled, and his face turned pale. He retreated frantically and shouted, Sect Master, save me. Yi Fa's expression turned ugly. Lu Ming had injured 3 elders in 1 move. Even he could not do it. His cultivation was only at the early stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Retreat, quickly asked the ancestor to come out of the mountain. Yi Fa roared and retreated with his men, ignoring Su Tingshan. Sect Master. Su Tingshan shouted in despair. What are you shouting for? Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure appeared in front of Su Tingshan. He struck his palm at Su Tingshan. Su Tingshan tried his best to resist, but it was useless. He was struck down by Lu Ming's palm and crashed heavily into the mountain below the Wind Sword sect, creating a huge pit that was dozens of meters wide. Lu Ming's hand glowed, and a long spear condensed from vital essence appeared. With a wave of his hand, the long spear shot out like lightning and flew down Su Tingshan, piercing his dantian. Boom! Su Tingshan's dantian seemed to have let out a loud boom. Lu Ming had pierced through his spirit ocean and it exploded. His spiritual ocean was broken, and his cultivation was crippled. Su Tingshan screamed hysterically. The rest of the Wind Sword sect disciples turned pale. A spiritual ocean tier elder was as weak as a baby in Lu Ming's hands. Yi Fa's eyes were filled with humiliation. However, he did not dare to make a move. In his eyes, Lu Ming was unfathomable and gave him immense pressure. He had a feeling that if he made a move, he would end up like Su Tingshan. Therefore, he retreated and waited for help. Yi Qing's face was also extremely pale, but her eyes were filled with jealousy. She was jealous of Ruan Tingting. Why did such a powerful young master stand up for her, but she didn't? You won't be able to escape. Xian Yanqing's figure suddenly appeared not far from Yi Fa and pressed down with one hand. Boom! The sky demon power field was released, and a huge pressure enveloped Yi Fa and the others. Some of them screamed in pain. Under the immense pressure, their bones were broken and they coughed up blood. Even Yi Fa's face changed dramatically. He had to use all his Jin Yuan to block the attack. Charge! One of the elders who had been injured by Lu Ming roared and tried to break through the sky demon power field. However, in the next moment, the other Wind Sword sect disciples widened their eyes in horror. That was because they saw that the lower half of the elder's body had charged out, but his lower half was still in place. He had been cut in half at the waist. The elder also saw this scene and let out a shrill and terrified scream. However, he did not die immediately. "You'd better not move," Xian Yinqing said coldly. Yi Fei's face turned ashen. Who were these people? It was too terrifying. He felt that any one of them could easily kill him. Could it be that Wantingting asked a few friends to help the Wind Sword sect compete? Yi Fei had a feeling that he was wrong this time. But now that things had come to this, he could only brace himself and continue. Now, he could only hope that the Wind Sword sect's Grandmaster would arrive as soon as possible. The Wind Sword sect's Patriarch had a cultivation at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. He could definitely kill these kids. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the half-dead Su Tingshan, throwing him in front of Wantingting. This person needed Wantingting to kill. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Yi Fei and the others. "Today, all of you will die. There's no need for the Wind Sword sect to remain in this world." The infinite dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. The spear's radiance soared into the sky. Today, he was going to flatten the Wind Sword sect. Lu Ming. At this moment, a voice came from behind. It was Wantingting. At this moment, Wantingting's cultivation had been unsealed. Her eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. She said, "Lu Ming, don't kill them. I'll take revenge with my own hands. One day, I'll flatten the Wind Sword sect and avenge my parents." Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He then nodded. "All right." Lu Ming understood that Wantingting had to take revenge on her own. This way, she would not have any inner demons in her heart that would hinder her future cultivation. "As for Su Tingshan, you will die today." Wantingting's eyes turned to Su Tingshan. "No, help!" Su Tingshan shouted. He knew all too well about Wantingting and Wanzhen's background. They didn't have any powerful friends, so he killed them without any restraint. He never dreamed that he would provoke such terrifying fiends. Now, he was filled with regret. Puchi. Wantingting's sword light pierced through Su Tingshan's heart, and the sword chi crushed his heart into pieces. Su Tingshan's eyes were wide open as he shouted unwillingly. Then, he stopped breathing. "Yi Fei, just you wait. I will personally destroy the Wind Sword sect and make you pay for your actions." Wantingting's eyes were extremely cold, revealing a bone-deep hatred and killing intent. Seeing such a gaze, even Yi Fei, who had lived for many years, could not help but tremble. "Wait a minute, this woman, I don't feel comfortable looking at her." Lu Ming's gaze turned to Yi Qing. He reached out and caught Yi Qing in his hand. Don't kill me, father, save me." "No." Yi Qing screamed crazily, her face pale and bloodless. "Release Qing, now. Otherwise, the Wind Sword sect will not rest until you die." Yi Fei roared as his Jin Yuan exploded. "Don't worry, I won't kill her. I'll leave her life to Tingting." Lu Ming sneered. He pointed his finger and directly crippled Yi Qing's cultivation. "Didn't you want to obtain a spot to enter the 100 Venerated Mountains? Could he still enter after his cultivation was crippled? Get lost." Lu Ming swung his arm and threw Yi Qing out. Yi Qing screamed in despair. Her original goal was to sacrifice Wantingting to fulfill her wish and let her enter the 100 Venerates Mountain. Perhaps she would be able to obtain a great opportunity in the 100 Venerates Mountain and rise to the top. She was full of hope. But now, there was no more hope, only despair. Even if there was a spot, it was useless to her. "Let's go." Wantingting carried her parents' corpses and flew out of the Wind Sword sect with Lu Ming and the rest. Chapter 765 Sea Cloud Sect. To the south of Grand Assembly City, on a mountain peak 10,000 miles away, two cemeteries had appeared. Ruantingting knelt quietly in front of the Ruanjin couple's grave for a day and a night. She did not cry or shed any tears. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Kong Jin, and Xiao Xian stood by the side to accompany him. After a day and a night, Ruantingting stood up and cupped her fists at Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others. Thank you, everyone, for this. Tingting, we're friends. You don't have to be so polite. Unfortunately, we were one step too late. Lu Ming sighed. If they had been a step earlier, Ruantingting's parents might not have died. Tingting, where do you plan to go next? Xiao Xian pulled on Ruantingting's hand and asked with concern. I don't know either. I need to find a place to cultivate. I must raise the Wind Sword sect to the ground. Ruantingting said through gritted teeth. How about this? The 100 Venerated Mountains is an opportunity. We will assist a force to obtain a place to enter the 100 Venerated Mountains to cultivate. This way, your cultivation speed will definitely increase. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said to Ruantingting. That's a good idea. Kong Jin said. How about this? You guys come with me to the Sea Cloud sect, and I'll report this to my father. My father's been looking for outside help all this time, and it's impossible for my Cloud Sea sect to obtain a spot. If you guys join and obtain a spot, then it'll all be yours. How about it? Xiao Xian said. That's possible, but we don't want all the spots. 4 will be enough. Kong Jin quickly nodded. After that, everyone left the place and flew toward the Sea Cloud sect. On the way, they discussed the details. After they arrived at the Sea Cloud sect, Xiao Xian arranged a place for Lu Ming and the others to stay, then she went to report to her father. More than an hour later, Xiao Xian returned and said that her father wanted to meet Lu Ming and the rest. Many people in the Sea Cloud sect knew Ruantingting, so there was no need for her to go. Xian Yanqing was not interested in her, so only Lu Ming and Kong Jin followed Xiao Xian to the Sea Cloud sect's meeting hall. In the conference hall of the Sea Cloud sect, Xiao Xian's father, Qiao Long, was not the only one sitting there. There were also 5 or 6 elders of the Sea Cloud sect. Sect head, do you really believe that Xian is acquainted with some powerful being? That girl Xian friends, do you think we don't know? They're all young people around his age. A middle-aged man said to Qiao Long. That's right, although my Sea Cloud sect is weak, we can't just randomly invite people to fill the numbers. Another elder said. This time, Xian is very serious. She said that she knows a few strong practitioners who can easily kill an expert at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier and are unfathomable. That's why I called you guys along to meet them. Qiao Long said. The Sea Cloud sect could only be considered a lower-tier power among the dozen or so forces around the Grand Gathering City. The strongest in the sect was only at the peak second level of the spiritual ocean tier. It was almost impossible for them to get a spot in the 100 Venerated Mountains this time. However, they were unwilling to give up. After all, this spot was extremely precious to small forces like them. They wanted to fight for it. During this period of time, he had been constantly seeking outside help, and had practically run all over the area around Grand Gathering City. There were even some powerful itinerant cultivators near other cities who wanted to ask them for help, but they were all rejected. If he had to choose those experts, he would naturally choose the powerful forces. During this period of time, he had spent a huge sum of money and a huge price, but he had only managed to invite an expert at the early stage of the third level of the spiritual ocean tier to help. The moment he heard Xiao Xian say that she knew a few strong practitioners who could easily kill the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, he was naturally a little moved and wanted to meet them. To be able to easily kill someone at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, his battle prowess definitely wouldn't be weaker than the late stage of the second level of the spiritual ocean tier, or even the peak of the second level of the spiritual ocean tier. If they could help the Sea Cloud sect in battle, they would be a great force. They're here, an elder said. Then, Xiao Xian brought Lu Ming and Kong Jin into the room. The people in the hall were immediately stunned. They didn't expect that the people Xiao Xian had brought would be two young men, and they looked like they were in their early 20s. Xian, are they the few powerful beings you mentioned? A middle-aged man was the first to speak. Elder Hua, that's right, they are Xian, friends. Xiao Xian said. Nonsense. Xian. This battle is no small matter. All the major powers will send out their strongest forces and it will be extremely dangerous. Your friends are too young. If something happens to them, how are you going to explain it to their elders? Xiao Long berated. Father, Lu Ming, Kong Jin and the others are very strong. They can easily kill martial artists at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier. Xiao Xian said. Lu Ming? Xiao Long's gaze flickered. He seemed to feel that the name Lu Ming sounded familiar, but he could not recall it at the moment. He can easily kill a martial artist at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier? Xian, you're really getting out of hand. Do you know how strong the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier is? How can he be killed so easily? Elder Hua shook his head and laughed. The Wind Sword sect's matter had already been sealed off from the entire sect. They would naturally not spread such an embarrassing matter everywhere. As such, Xiao Long and the others did not know what had happened in the Wind Sword sect. The other elders also shook their heads and laughed. They felt that Xiao Xian was still young and didn't understand many things. It was normal to hear rumors. They did not think that Lu Ming and the rest could easily kill a martial artist at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm. So young and with such battle power, he was most likely a heaven's favorite. How could Xiao Xian know him? Xian, take your friends with you. If they want to play in the Sea Cloud sect, that's fine too. Take them around. Xiao Long said with a smile. Sect leader Xiao, how do you know that Xiao Xian is lying if you haven't tried? If we miss it, wouldn't we be missing out on a great opportunity? At this moment, Lu Ming smiled and cupped his fists. That's right, Sect Master Xiao. It's not that I'm bragging, but not to mention the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, even the peak of the second level of the spiritual ocean tier would be split in half with this axe of mine. Kong Jin grinned. Young man, you're quite arrogant. Let me test you. Elder Hua stood up, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Early stage of the second level of the spiritual ocean tier. This Elder Hua was one of the top experts in the Sea Cloud sect. Bang! Bang! Elder Hua took a few steps forward and threw a punch at Kong Jin. This punch moved the air, and it was like a mountain crashing toward Kong Jin. Kong Jin's mouth twitched slightly as he casually threw a punch. Bang! When the two fists collided, Elder Hua's expression changed and he was forced to retreat a dozen steps. Xiao Long and the other elders were greatly alarmed and stood up from their seats one after another. Kong Jin had actually forced Elder Hua back with a casual punch. Hey, uncle, use your full strength. This is boring. Kong Jin casually said. Alright, watch my fist. Elder Hua's expression was serious. He took a deep breath and his body emitted a blue light. His intent combined with his true essence and he threw a punch at Kong Jin. This punch was several times stronger than before. However, Kong Jin still casually threw out a punch. In the end, Elder Hua was still forced to retreat. This time, he retreated even further, more than 20 steps. This person is Lu Ming. Xiao Long and the others widened their eyes in shock. Just now, Elder Hua had already used all his strength, but he was still easily repelled by Kong Jin's punch. Moreover, Kong Jin still looked very casual. How strong was Kong Jin? First level of the spiritual ocean tier. A cultivation at the first level of the spiritual ocean tier is actually so powerful. Could he be a peerless prodigy? Qiao Long muttered to himself in his heart. In the spiritual ocean tier, those who could still fight across levels were definitely peerless geniuses. In Nine Dragons, there were a lot of people who broke through to the Sea of Souls realm before the age of 30, but most of them were just normal warriors. They were just a bit more outstanding, but not prodigies. Meanwhile, Qiao Long was certain that Kong Jin was definitely a heaven's favorite. His heart was burning. If Kong Jin was a prodigy, what about Lu Ming? Lu Ming. Lu Ming? All of a sudden, Su Long's eyes widened and his heart started to beat faster. He remembered. Some time ago, he had heard from his friends that this year's battle for the Heavenly King list had ended. The new Heavenly King list had been released. The strongest Esper who ranked first in this year's competition was called Lu Ming. But now, in Nine Dragons, all the cultivation sanctuaries had opened, and countless forces, big and small, had their eyes on those cultivation sanctuaries. They had their eyes on those Sea of Soul realm geniuses who were ranked at the top, so they didn't pay much attention to the Heavenly King list at all. Now, he finally remembered. He was the strongest on the Heavenly King ranking, so it was normal for him to break through to the spiritual ocean tier. Could it really be that Lu Ming? Su Long's heart beat faster. If he really was the strongest Esper, then how strong would his battle prowess be after breaking through to the spiritual ocean tier? It was completely unpredictable. What an amazing young man. I'm convinced. Elder Hua was knocked back by Kong Jin's punch, but he was not angry. He adjusted his breath and laughed out loud. Senior, thanks for letting me win. Kong Jin grinned. Senior, should I try? Lu Ming looked at Elder Hua. Elder Hua's face stiffened. He felt a little uncertain. Lu Ming smiled. Suddenly, he took a step forward and struck his palm down in the air. Who? Lu Ming's palm was clearly slashing in the air, but the void was like water waves, rippling and rippling. As Lu Ming's palm swept across, the ripples spread far away. The hearts of Qiao Long, Elder Hua, and the others suddenly jumped, and their eyes widened. To be able to stir the void with a casual swing of his palm, such strength was truly terrifying. Enough. The strength of the two little brothers has broadened our horizons. I'm impressed. Qiao Long burst out laughing. Sect Master Qiao, do we have the right to fight for the Sea Cloud sect? Kong Jin said. Of course, it is my Sea Cloud sect's honor to be able to invite you too. Qiao Long said with a smile. It's not just the two of us. We have a friend who's going to participate as well. Lu Ming said. There's another person? What are your conditions for helping my Sea Cloud sect? Qiao Long asked. The conditions are simple. We want 4 spots to enter the 100 Venerated Mountains. Lu Ming said. 4 spots? What? Qiao Long exclaimed. The two of you might not know this, but there are a total of 36 forces participating in the competition this time. Only the top 6 will have a spot, while the 6th will have 3 spots. The 5th and 6th will have 4 spots. Sect Master Qiao, you don't have to worry. As long as you get into the top 3, you'll have more than 4 slots. We want 4 slots, and the remaining slots will be yours. Lu Ming said, his tone full of confidence. He had a rough idea of the forces near Grand Gathering City. He was 100% confident that he would be in the top 3. Qiao Long and the rest looked at each other. Lu Ming was too confident. All right, I agree to this condition. After a slight hesitation, Qiao Long agreed. Without the help of Lu Ming and the rest, they would not have been able to get into the top 6. By then, there would not have been a single spot. This competition is a group battle. It's a competition of the comprehensive strength of each force. Each force will send 9 experts to fight at the same time. Only by defeating the opponent will you win. Therefore, the battle formation is very important. This time, there are 3 of you and I will send 6 experts. I wonder when you will have the time to practice battle formations together? Qiao Long said. Sect Master Qiao, I have a battle formation here. As long as you use it, it can form a powerful defensive force. It might be suitable for this competition. You can let the others practice it first. Lu Ming took out a jade tablet and waved it around. He infused the array's execution into the jade tablet and threw it to Qiao Long. Qiao Long's expression changed when he took it and read it. He had some attainments in the Tao of inscriptions, so he could tell with a glance that this formation was extremely profound. It was a level 6 formation and was much more exquisite than the one he had obtained. Thank you, young hero Lu. If you have any other requests, please let me know. Qiao Long was in a good mood and said with a smile. No need, Sect Master Qiao, we'll be taking our leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left the place with Kong Jin. They returned to their residence. Sect leader, I think these 2 are definitely Heaven's Pride experts. Although the list of top 1,000 talents doesn't have their names, there have been many new Heaven's Pride experts recently. Elder Hua said. Yes, there's no mistake. You haven't heard, have you? The name of the strongest esper on the Heavenly King list this year is Lu Ming. Qiao Long said. What? The others were even more shocked. Of course, there was also ecstasy. If that was the case, then the Sea Cloud sect had really picked up a treasure this time. No matter if they could get a ranking or not, being able to make friends with such a peerless genius was beneficial to a small force like the Sea Cloud sect. After Lu Ming and Kong Jin returned to their residence, they began to cultivate. After Wan Tingting experienced this, she became even more hardworking in her cultivation and stayed in her room every day. Lu Ming and the rest did not participate in the battle formation practice as there was no need to. Qiao Long and the rest thought that Lu Ming and the rest were familiar with battle formations and did not say much. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. There was still 1 day left before the competition. At this moment, Xiao Xian came to invite Lu Ming and the rest to meet the other 6 participants of the competition and get to know them. Sea Cloud sect, on a huge square. When Lu Ming and the other 2 arrived, they saw 6 figures standing in different positions in the square. Their figures flickered and their auras intersected, merging and linking together. They were rehearsing the battle formation that Lu Ming had given Xiao Long back then. One was at the early stage of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier, 2 were at the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, 2 were at the middle and early stage of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, and 1 was at the peak of the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier. Elder Hua was one of them. Qiao Long stood to the side and watched. 3 young heroes, you've come. Qiao Long looked at Lu Ming and the rest and smiled. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. And NBSP, hoo. A moment later, the battle formation drill ended, and an old man with white hair strode over. This person is the external helper my father invited. His name is Yubo, and his cultivation is at the early stage of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Xiao Xian introduced them to Lu Ming and the rest in a low voice. 1 move is enough. Sect Master Qiao, could these 3 still wet behind the ears be the external help you were talking about? Yuba cast a contemptuous glance at Lu Ming and the rest. Senior Yu, it's the 3 of them. Qiao Long frowned at Yuba's attitude, but he still replied. Sect leader Qiao, I don't know what you're thinking. You actually invited 3 little fellows. Even if you don't want to fight for a spot, don't joke around with the lives of the rest. It's very dangerous to step onto the battle stage. What do you mean by asking 3 trash to drag us down? Yuba said in an unfriendly tone. Hey, old man, who are you calling trash? You're the one who's a fucking piece of trash. Kong Jin was furious when he heard Yuba calling them trash. Junior, you still dare to talk back? Let me ask you, why haven't you come and practiced battle formations together? If you're not trash, then what are you doing if you're not dragging us down? Yuba berated loudly, taking advantage of his seniority. We don't practice the battle formation because we don't need to practice at all. Do you know the main purpose of this battle formation? Lu Ming chuckled and said indifferently. The purpose of the battle formation is to increase our combat power and fight against the enemy. Yuba said. Wrong. Lu Ming shook his head and said, the purpose of this battle formation is to strengthen your defense. To put it bluntly, it's to strengthen your defense so that you can protect yourself. You can leave the matter of fighting the enemy to us. Not only were the others stunned, but so were Yuba and Xiaolong. Xiaolong finally understood that Lu Ming's goal was to get the others to strengthen their defense. He did not expect them to help defeat the enemy at all. Even though he had guessed Lu Ming's identity, he still felt that Lu Ming was too confident. Ha ha ha. Yuba laughed even more crazily. Ignorant, boastful, and arrogant. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Fatty, I'm not interested in this kind of trash. I'll leave him to you. You can finish him in 5 moves. No problem, right? Lu Ming said in the air. 5 moves? 1 move is enough. Kong Jin grinned. Leave it to me. Xian Yinqing said as he strolled out. Yuba's mouth twitched in anger. What's wrong with these kids? It was as if he was made of mud. She said 5 moves and she would take him down in 1 move. Did she think he was just a decoration? Little girl, get lost. Yubo shouted, and the powerful aura of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier exploded. The other people's expressions changed and they retreated. Boom! Yubo reached out his hand and formed a huge claw, grabbing at Xian Yinqing. Xian Yinqing stretched out a small white hand and pressed forward. Buzz! The terrifying pressure of the sky demon power field suddenly descended, and then the destructive cutting power burst out. Xian Yinqing's destruction and wind mentality had already merged successfully. Now that he had broken through to Sea of Soul Realm, the sky demon power field and the destructive cutting power were many times stronger than before. Bang! Bang! Yuba's hand, which was formed from true energy and will, exploded. The destructive force hit him and almost cut him in half. He screamed and flew out, coughing up blood. He looked at Xian Yinqing in fear. Just now, he really felt that he was almost cut in 2. He didn't know that Xian Yinqing had been merciful just now. Otherwise, he would have been cut in 2. Let's go. Lu Ming turned around and left. Xian Yinqing and Kong Jin left with Lu Ming, leaving behind a bunch of dumbfounded people. It was too terrifying. They had already tried their best to overestimate Lu Ming and the rest. In the end, they realized that they had still underestimated them. The combat strength of Lu Ming and the others was simply unfathomable. Even Yobua, who was at the early stage of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm, was easily defeated. It was a complete crushing. They couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for this competition. Perhaps, they could really charge into the top 3? Yuba's face turned green and red. Finally, he waved his hand and said, Sect Master Qiao, since you have such a heaven's favorite, why do you still need me? This time, I'll back out. I won't accept any of the treasures you've given me. Then, he strode away. However, Xiaolong had no intention of keeping him. If it was before, he would definitely try his best to keep Yuba. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to invite Yuba over, and he was also the only expert at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier from the Sea Cloud sect. But now, he realized that there was no need. Yubo's presence didn't seem to affect the overall situation much. If Yubo left, he could just find a random spiritual ocean tier martial artist to join. It was enough as long as Lu Ming and the other 2 were there. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The contest for the spots in the 100 venerated mountains had officially begun. This time, a total of 36 forces around the 3 cities, including Grand Gathering City, were competing, and only the top 6 would get a spot. In first place, there were 8 Ming-er. The second place had 6 spots. The third place had 5 spots. The fourth and fifth place had 4 spots each, while the sixth place only had 3 spots. There were a total of 30 spots. The venue was on a mountain peak at the junction of the 3 cities. This mountain peak was called Juping Peak. The top of Juping Peak was very flat. There was a huge battle stage built on it, and there were many audience seats around it. In the past, all the major events in the 3 major cities would be held on Juping Peak. On this day, Juping Peak was packed with people. The 36 forces were clearly divided and sat around each other. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Kong Jin sat among the Sea Cloud Sect's crowd and looked around. Not far away from them, there were people from the Wind Sword Sect, 2 forces apart. The 2 monsters of the Clear River. I don't know what method the Wind Sword Sect used, but they actually managed to invite the 2 monsters of the Clear River. Qiao Xian looked in the direction of the Wind Sword Sect and said in a low voice. Lu Ming looked over and saw that Yi Fa was sitting at the top of the Wind Sword Sect's group. Below him were many Wind Sword Sect disciples and elders. Among them were 2 skinny old men in green robes. Their eyes were cold and they would occasionally glance at Lu Ming and the others. Yi Qing from the Wind Sword Sect was among them. She looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a venomous gaze. Ting, don't worry. If the Wind Sword Sect meets us this time, we'll definitely cripple them. It's impossible for them to get a spot. Also, those 2 monsters of Qinghe are dead for sure. Kong Jin revealed a ferocious smile. Ruantingting nodded, her eyes filled with hatred. Wind Sword Sect District. Seniors, the 3 juniors of the Sea Cloud Sect can't be underestimated. Their battle power is very strong. If you encounter them, try to kill them. Yi Fa said to the 2 monsters. Don't worry, hee, that girl is really beautiful, even more beautiful than that girl Ruantingting. The 2 of us must get her. The boss of the Qinghe twins laughed coldly as he looked at Xian Yanqing with a pair of evil eyes. When the time comes, as long as we kill those 2 brats, that little girl will be yours to play with. Yi Fa laughed as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Start of the team battle. This time, after losing Ruantingting, he had to pay a huge price in order to hire the 2 monsters of Qinghe. His heart ached at the thought of the price he had paid. It was all that bitch Ruantingting's fault. It was all Lu Ming's fault for interfering. Otherwise, he would not have to pay such a huge price. He was determined to win this competition. Other than his daughter, Yi Qing, he had 2 sons. He had to fight for the spots to enter the 100 Zuns mountain for his 2 sons. Only in this way could his Yi family continue to prosper. Yi Fa's mouth revealed a smug sneer. Others didn't know, but he, the Yi family's ancestor, had actually broken through a few days ago, from the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier to the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, his battle prowess greatly increasing. This way, the Wind Sword Sect strength would increase greatly. This time, not only did the Wind Sword Sect want to be in the top 6, but they also wanted to be in the top 3, or even the 1st place. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a figure appeared in the sky, exuding a terrifying pressure. The judge arrived. Someone would be sent from deep inside 9 dragons to host their competition. In the depths of 9 dragons, there were 3 dragon veins. They did not belong to any force, but to the Detian royal guards, who were directly under Martial Emperor De. Even the 6 great ancient families didn't have the right to mobilize this force. It was extremely terrifying. This judgment would belong to the Imperial Guards of Detian. Detian's Imperial Guards could also be said to be the core strength of the Ditian Divine Guards. The leaders of the 36 forces stood up and paid their respects. Yes, I won't say much. The competition for the 100 venerated mountains will begin now. There are a total of 36 forces. The members of your respective forces, please step forward. If anyone dies in the middle of the battle, you can't continue to change people. The judge announced. Immediately, the members of the 36 forces rose and flew to the center of the fighting ring. Lu Ming's group and the other 6 people from the Sea Cloud sect flew up to the fighting ring and stood in a row. Everyone's eyes were sizing up the people on the fighting stage, observing the opponents and the experts on the other side. This time, many powerful rogue cultivators have been invited. The major forces have really paid a huge price. That's right. Look, the Wind Sword sect has invited the 2 monsters of the Clear River. Their boss is at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. He's a formidable opponent. There's also the Scarlet Moon sect. The Scarlet Moon sect invited Six-Fingered Cultivator, who's also an expert at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The most terrifying one is the Intentionless Mansion. The Intentionless Mansion has always been known as the strongest force among the 36 forces. They already have 2 experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. This time, a few unfamiliar faces have appeared in the team. I wonder what their cultivation is. Many people were looking at the fighting ring and discussing. Around the 3 cities, there were 36 forces. They were all small forces. Usually, with an expert at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm holding the fort, they were considered a superior force. With an expert at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm, they were considered a top force. Look, the Sea Cloud sect actually sent out 3 young men in their 20s. It seems like the Sea Cloud sect really has no one left. Yeah, but with the Sea Cloud sect's strength, they only care about participating. They probably didn't think about fighting for a spot. I guess so, just to make up the numbers. Many people laughed when they saw the Sea Cloud sect's formation. Apart from the Sea Cloud sect, none of the 36 forces present were under 30 years old. Xiao Long, if your Sea Cloud sect doesn't have anyone, you can go yourself. Why send a few juniors to their deaths? The Iron Bone sect master, who was a faction beside the Sea Cloud sect, laughed and looked at Xiao Long. The Iron Bone sect had always had a grudge against the Sea Cloud sect. Although they were slightly stronger than the Sea Cloud sect, they had also invited a few experts this time. Now that they saw that the Sea Cloud sect had even invited a few juniors, they naturally had to seize the opportunity to mock them. Perhaps Brother Qiao just wants to go through the motions and admit defeat as soon as the competition starts. Nothing will happen. On the other side, the sect leader of the Red Moon sect mocked. Usually, the sect masters and family masters of the major forces would not participate in the battle. After all, they were the masters of a sect. If they were to go to battle and died in battle, it would have a great impact. The battle hasn't started yet. Don't say it's so early, or you'll be embarrassed later. Xiao Long said calmly. Xiao Long, if that's the case, could those juniors be peerless geniuses? The sect leader of the Iron Bone sect laughed even louder, his laughter filled with mockery. Heaven's pride? There were not many people in the entire East Continent who could be called a Heaven's favorite. As for the Sea of Souls realm Heaven's favorites, only the top 600 were on the list of top 1,000 talents. Even if you included some new talents, there were less than 1,000 people. Among these 1,000 people, the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Talisman Amulet sect made up a portion, and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was only a small portion. How could a small Sea Cloud sect invite a genius? Not only did the Iron Bone sect master not believe it, but the other forces also did not believe it. They're looking down on us. I'll let Lu Ming and the rest teach them a lesson and give them a big surprise. Xiao Xian and Wan Tingting were sitting together. At this moment, she was pouting and snorting coldly, very unhappy. Yes, you guys go back to your seats. The judge in the sky looked at it and nodded. Lu Ming and the rest returned to their seats. The rules this time are very simple. There are a total of 36 forces. I will call names later. The 2 forces that are called will fight against each other. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated. In the second round, there are only 18 forces left. Similarly, they will fight in pairs to determine the top 9. In the end, the top 9 will take turns to fight each other. The top 6 will be ranked according to their battle results, and they will be able to obtain a spot to enter the 100 venerated mountains. Now, let's begin. After the announcement of the referee, he swept his gaze across the court and called out a name. The Crimson Moon sect against the Zhang family. After the names were called, 2 forces immediately went up. One was the Red Moon sect, and the other was the Zhang family. The Zhang family is going to lose for sure. The Zhang family isn't strong to begin with, and the Red Moon sect already has 2 patriarchs at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. They even invited 6 fingers. This time, they have the hope of entering the top 6. That's right, but this is more reasonable. Eliminate the weak, and the strong advance. The crowd discussed animatedly as they looked at the fighting ring. The 9 people of the Zhang family had very serious expressions. As soon as they got on the stage, their figures changed and they formed a battle formation. Hee, the difference in strength is so great that it can't be changed by a single battle formation. Attack directly and crush them. In the Scarlet Moon sect, there was a green-haired old man with 6 fingers. He was 6 Fingers Loose Cultivator. He strode forward in a domineering and overbearing manner, crushing the Zhang family's battle formation in a brutal way. The Zhang family's strongest were only 2 middle 3rd level spiritual ocean tier martial artists. They were no match for them at all. Not long after, the battle formation was broken, and one of their 3rd level spiritual ocean tier martial artists was killed by 6-fingered's trio. The others were shocked and quickly admitted defeat. There was a rule in the 9-person team battle. As long as 5 out of 9 people admitted defeat, they could admit defeat. More than half of the people had to admit defeat. Otherwise, it was not considered as admitting defeat and the other party could continue to attack. Fatty's Rage. The Crimson Moon sect won easily. Next, the judge selected 2 more forces to fight. The difference in strength between these 2 forces was quite large, so it was easy to determine the winner. Following that, the competition continued. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 matches had been fought. Next, the Sea Cloud sect versus the Iron Bone sect. The judge's voice was heard. Xiao Long, I didn't expect to fight against your Sea Cloud sect. This is what I want. The sect leader of the Iron Bone sect laughed heartily. Xiao Long was slightly taken aback, then sneered. This sentence is exactly what I wanted to say. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. With a flash, 9 people from each side jumped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming and Xian Yinxing stood behind the formation, looking at each other. The Iron Bone sect did invite a few experts. 2 of them were at the late 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier, and 1 more was at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. The rest were all at the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. In contrast, the strongest on Lu Ming's side was only at the peak 2nd level of the spiritual ocean realm. There were as many as 5 people at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean realm. Sea Cloud sect, I advise you to admit defeat. There's no suspense in this battle. A burly man from the Iron Bone sect laughed. The last part of your sentence is right. There is no suspense in this battle. However, you are the ones who have lost. You should quickly admit defeat and reduce some losses. Fatty Kong Jean grinned as he carried his battle axe. Fatty, what did you just say? You want us to admit defeat? Is there something wrong with your head? The burly man from the Iron Bone sect laughed, his laughter filled with mockery. Around the fighting ring, the people from the other forces also laughed. The Sea Cloud sect's lineup was too horrible to look at. They had 5 people at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean tier. It could be said that they were one of the worst forces out of the 36. And that Fatty actually shamelessly said that he wanted the Iron Bone sect to admit defeat? It was too funny. You dare to talk to me like that? I'll remember that. Kong Jean looked at the burly man and smiled hideously. Don't attack. I alone am enough to defeat them. The burly man from the Iron Bones sect stepped forward with a cold look in his eyes. Boom! Boom! As he stepped forward, the battle platform rumbled. The aura of the third level of the spiritual ocean tier exploded out, and a battle axe appeared in his hand. With his cultivation at the late third level of the spiritual ocean tier, he alone was enough to defeat the Sea Cloud sect's lineup. Lu Ming, you guys don't do anything. Let me do it alone. Kong Jin shouted. He carried his battle axe and rushed forward. The people watching the battle were speechless. This fatty was really boasting shamelessly. With a mere first-level spiritual ocean tier cultivation, he actually declared that he would defeat the 9 people from the Iron Bones sect by himself? How was that possible? The people from the Iron Bones sect even revealed mocking smiles. Kill! The burly man from the Iron Bones sect shouted. His voice was like thunder as he swung his axe at Kong Jin. Kong Jin laughed hideously. With a wave of his hand, the door-sized battle axe slashed forward. Clang! Bang! The 2 battle axes collided with a clang. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The battle axe in the burly man's hand directly exploded into pieces and scattered in all directions. However, the battle axe did not stop and continued to chop down. No! The burly man shouted in fear. Poochie! The next moment, he was directly cut in half by the axe. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the scene in shock. Kong Jin, this first-level spiritual ocean tier martial artist actually killed a late-stage third-level spiritual ocean tier martial artist in one move. How was this possible? It was too unbelievable. Kill! Before anyone could react, Kong Jin had already lifted his battle axe and pounced on the Iron Bones sect like a berserk beast. The attack of his battle axe was as violent as a storm. Set up the formation, set up the formation. The people of the Iron Bones sect finally reacted and shouted in fear. The remaining 8 people hurriedly set up a battle formation to block Kong Jin. However, they were useless in the end. Kong Jin's attack was too violent. He had comprehended the Shattering Will and the Earth Will. The combination of these 2 will had an unimaginable destructive power. Boom! Boom! In just a few moves, the Iron Bones sect's formation was completely destroyed by Kong Jin. With a wave of the battle axe, another expert at the late stage of the third level of the spiritual ocean tier was killed, and another expert at the early stage of the third level of the spiritual ocean tier was also killed. Kong Jin was like a violent beast, invincible. We admit defeat, we admit defeat. The remaining 6 people screamed madly. They were already scared out of their wits. Humph, you really can't take a beating. Kong Jin pursed his lips. He was a little unhappy. He carried his battle axe and walked back. Everyone around them could only open their eyes wide and watch this scene in a daze. They looked at Kong Jin in a daze. He was too strong. He had single-handedly defeated the Iron Bones sect. The Iron Bones sect was really pitiful. The burly man had said that he would defeat the Sea Cloud sect alone, but in the end, Kong Jin had defeated them all by himself. How is that possible? How is that possible? In the Iron Bones sect's area, the sect master's face was pale. He looked at the scene in disbelief as he muttered to himself. Didn't I just say it? Don't be too full of yourself before the battle, or you won't be able to get off the stage. Xiao Long looked at the sect leader of the Iron Bones sect and laughed heartily. Heaven's favorite, he's definitely a heaven's favorite. Xiao Long, how did your Sea Cloud sect manage to invite such a person? The sect leader of the Iron Bones sect said with red eyes. With a cultivation at the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, he was actually able to kill an expert at the late third level of the spiritual ocean tier with a single move. This kind of combat power had even reached the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. This wasn't just a heaven's favorite, and it wasn't an ordinary heaven's favorite either. It was a top-notch Heaven's favorite. How could the Sea Cloud sect invite such a powerful Heaven's favorite? You don't need to worry about this. Xiao Long sneered, feeling extremely comfortable in his heart. At this moment, the leaders of the other forces were also discussing. That fatty is definitely a top-notch Heaven's Pride expert. It's unbelievable that he could kill an opponent who was 2 levels higher than him. Ordinary Heaven's Pride experts can't do that. His battle prowess has probably already reached the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. The first level of the spiritual ocean tier is actually equivalent to the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier's battle prowess. This is too terrifying, right? Not necessarily. From what I see, that battle axe of his is very powerful, shattering the opponent's spirit weapon in one move. The other party was stunned for a moment before being killed by him in one move. His battle prowess might not have reached the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, but it's infinitely close. That makes sense. As the people in the area discussed the matter, the other Sea Cloud sect cultivators on the fighting platform were also somewhat stunned. They had only stood on the stage for a short while, and had won without even setting up a battle formation. He won too easily. Don't waste it. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he kept the storage rings of the 3 martial artists who were killed by Kong Jin. At the same time, he took the opportunity to devour their blood essence. This was the blood essence of a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming did not want to waste it. Fatty, 3 storage rings, 1 for each of us. With that said, Lu Ming threw one to Kong Jin and another to Xian Yanqing. He kept one for himself. Now, he was in dire need of spiritual crystals and couldn't let it go. The others looked at him with envy. Don't appear too strong. The Sea Cloud sect wins this battle, the judge announced. Only then did Lu Ming and the others get off the stage to welcome the cheers of the Sea Cloud sect members. The other sects looked at the Sea Cloud sect with a hint of solemnity. He didn't care about the others in the Sea Cloud sect, but it would be troublesome if there was an empty one. The competition continued. Lu Ming sat in the stands and focused on refining the blood essence. The blood essence of 3 martial artists at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea realm was too rich. This was the first time Lu Ming had devoured such a rich and powerful blood essence. He had used all the power of his blood essence to improve his second bloodline. He planned to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to the divine level first. That way, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique would increase greatly, and then, he would upgrade the 9-dragon bloodline. The strong power of blood essence kept flowing into the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. Time passed very quickly. Not long after, the first round of the competition was over, and the top 18 had been determined. Those who won were happy because they were one step closer to the top 6. Those who failed would be dejected and lose such a great opportunity. The ruling guild allowed the various major powers to rest for an hour before proceeding with the second round. The second round was still arranged by the referee. The judge seemed to have done it on purpose. The most powerful forces were not arranged together in the beginning. Instead, they were arranged to be separated. This was the only way to appear fair. If those powerful forces met at the beginning, then there would be forces that could strive for the top 6. It would be a little unfair if they were eliminated early. The second round of the competition continued. There were a total of 9 battles for the 18 forces. The Sea Cloud sect was scheduled for the 7th round. At this time, the blood essence in Lu Ming's body was almost fully refined. Although the blood essence of 3 martial artists at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm was rich, it was impossible for the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to advance to the divine level. It could only reach the 9th level of the king tier. If it wanted to break through to the divine level, it was unknown how much blood essence it would require. In this match, the Sea Cloud sect's opponent was the Blue Wave sect. This power had an expert at the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier as its leader, as well as several other experts at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. As soon as the competition began, the other side formed a battle formation, with defense as the priority. On the Sea Cloud sect side, Kong Jin launched a storm of attacks while the others only assisted him in his attacks. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing did not make any moves and followed behind the crowd. This was their plan. First of all, they only needed to make a move. Their target was the stronger forces. It wasn't their turn to make a move yet. In this battle, under Kong Jin's storm-like attacks, the opponent's battle formation was finally destroyed. That peak third-level spiritual ocean tier martial artist was heavily injured and almost chopped off by Kong Jin's axe. Fortunately, they admitted defeat in time. Just like that, the Sea Cloud sect had already locked onto the top 9. The last 2 matches ended quickly, and the top 9 were all out. Intentionless Mansion, Sea Cloud sect, Red Moon sect, Wind Sword sect, Sure family. In the process of entering the top 9, the most shocking one was still the Wind Sword sect. The Wind Sword sect didn't just have the 2 monsters of Qinghe River. An elder of the Wind Sword sect had also erupted in this battle, revealing his cultivation at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, shocking everyone. The Wind Sword sect actually had 2 experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and everyone thought that they had the highest chance of entering the top 3, or even the top 2. Without a doubt, the Intentionless Mansion was considered the strongest. After entering the top 9, they would take turns to fight each other. Each force would have to fight against the other 8 forces, and their ranking would be determined by their battle results. The order of the battle would be decided by drawing lots. The first battle was between Intentionless Mansion and the Sure family. The Sure family was Sure Kai's family. They were also very powerful and had a patriarch at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier as their leader. However, this battle was against Intentionless Mansion, so there was no suspense at all. Before they even started the competition, the Sure family had already admitted defeat. This was the ranking battle, not the elimination battle, so of course he had to admit defeat. Otherwise, if they lost a few experts, how could they compete in the future? Therefore, when they encountered an opponent like Intentionless Mansion that they could not defeat, it was the wisest decision to admit defeat. No one would look down on the Sure family. In the second battle, the Wind Sword sect took the stage. His opponent also admitted defeat. Intentionless Mansion and Wind Sword sect had easily won. As long as they won 3 consecutive matches and entered the top 6, there would be no problem. The entire Wind Sword sect revealed a smile. Even Yi-Fa's face was full of smiles. Only one person's expression was even more ferocious, and that was Yi Qing. Her cultivation had been crippled. No matter how good the Wind Sword sect's results were, no matter how many spots they had, she would not have a share. Hence, her hatred for Wantingting and Lu Ming grew even stronger. The competition was carried out one match after another. Sea Cloud sect versus Red Moon sect. The judge's voice spread far and wide. In the first round of the ranking battle, they had actually encountered the Red Moon sect. Xiao Long, your winning streak ends here. The sect leader of the Red Moon sect looked at Xiao Long coldly. Oh, really? Don't end up like that pile of bones just now, in such a sorry state. Xiao Long sneered in response and looked at the sect leader of the Iron Bone sect. The Iron Bone sect leader was so angry that his teeth were itching. With just a single sentence from him, Xiao Long had pulled him in again, causing him and the others to be depressed. Doesn't your Sea Cloud sect rely on that fatty? As long as we send someone to hold him back, the others will be able to easily defeat the rest of the Sea Cloud sect. Then, we'll join forces to deal with that fatty. It'll be easy to win. The sect leader of the Red Moon sect smiled faintly. Is that so? Xiao Long responded coldly and didn't say anything else. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and the rest stood opposite the people from the Crimson Moon sect. Fatty, the Crimson Moon sect will definitely send out that expert at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier to hold you back. Then, the others will come and defeat us, and then join forces to deal with you. Later on, you can't appear too strong. Our target is the Wind Sword sect. If you display too much strength, the Wind Sword sect will directly admit defeat when they meet us later. That would be troublesome. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Kong Jin. Lu Ming, don't worry. I'll defeat my opponent with difficulty later. Kong Jin grinned and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming also smiled faintly. This time, their target was the Wind Sword sect. If the Wind Sword sect wanted to enter the top 6, they would have to be extremely lucky and only encounter them later on. If they had encountered them earlier, the Wind Sword sect would not be able to enter the top 6. Do it. In the Red Moon sect, Six-Fingered Cultivator shouted and his body flashed as fast as lightning, pouncing toward Kong Jin. The other 8 people from the Crimson Moon sect quickly pounced on Lu Ming and the rest. The strength of the Red Moon sect was very strong. Apart from Six-Fingered Cultivator, who was at the 4th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, they also had an expert at the peak of the 3rd level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. There were also some other experts, and their overall strength was not weak. Set up the formation. Lu Ming roared. The 8 of them had set up a large array. Light flashed and a light screen enveloped them. Kill. Kong Jin and Six-Fingered Cultivator were engaged in an intense battle. The others from the Crimson Moon sect had also arrived. Boom. Boom. The experts of the Crimson Moon sect attacked them with all kinds of attacks. However, their battle formation was the inheritance that Lu Ming had obtained from Lian Song. It was extremely exquisite. In addition, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had unleashed some of their strength and combined it with the battle formation to block the attack of the Red Moon sect. As for Kong Jin, he also suppressed his strength on purpose and fought to a draw with Six-Fingered Cultivator. For a time, the two sides were in a stalemate. Chapter 771 Displaying Strength. However, this was enough to shock the other forces. I didn't expect the Sea Cloud sect to be so strong. That fatty's battle power is indeed equivalent to the 4th level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. He can actually fight to a draw with Six-Fingered Cultivator, how terrifying. Also, the battle formation of the Sea Cloud sect is so powerful and mysterious. It's a pure defensive battle formation. The cooperation of 8 people is flawless, and they actually blocked the attack of the Red Moon sect. Can you guys tell? Those 2 youths aren't simple either. They're at the 1st level of the Spiritual Ocean realm and have battle prowess at the peak of the 2nd level. They're almost heaven's favorites. How did the Sea Cloud sect manage to invite such people? The surroundings were abuzz with discussion. However, they had no idea that Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Kong Jin had suppressed their combat strength. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had only erupted with combat power at the peak of the 2nd level of the Spiritual Ocean realm. With the 1st level of the Spiritual Ocean tier, he was able to burst out the combat power of the peak of the 2nd level of the Spiritual Ocean tier. This was already comparable to some of the worst prodigies, such as Qin Qingshan and Gao Chang. However, Lu Ming and the other 2 were not ordinary geniuses. Xian Yanqing and the other 2 had each comprehended at least one powerful special intent realm, and they had at least fused 2 of them together. In addition, they had their powerful bloodline martial techniques and cultivation techniques, which were all extraordinary. In addition, they had all cultivated the secret skill Super Spirit C, which doubled the size of their Spirit C. Each of them had terrifying battle power, and it wasn't hard for them to kill a normal 4th level Spiritual Ocean realm warrior. The 2 sides exchanged more than 100 moves. At this moment, Kong Jin roared repeatedly like a ferocious beast. He slashed wildly with his giant axe and gradually gained the upper hand. Another few dozen moves. Six-Fingered Cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was swept by the axe, and a deep bloody mark appeared. He was almost cut in half. He turned pale with fright, and cold sweat poured down his back as he frantically retreated. Die. Kong Jin carried his battle axe and gave chase. Boom. With another move, six-fingered itinerant's body was sent flying out of the fighting ring by Kong Jin's axe. He flew out of the fighting ring and was considered defeated. You're lucky. Kong Jin laughed hideously. He raised his battle axe and charged toward the other members of the Crimson Moon sect. We admit defeat. We admit defeat. Seeing that Six-Fingered had been defeated, the other people from the Red Moon sect immediately admitted defeat and didn't dare to fight again. With the Red Moon sect surrender, the Sea Cloud sect won the first round of the ranking battle. How boring. Kong Jin returned to his seat, took out a large lamb leg, and started munching on it. Huh, I've said it before. You said it too early. Qiao Long sneered as he looked at the sect leader of Crimson Moon sect. Humph. The sect leader of the Red Moon sect snorted coldly with a gloomy face. The Sea Cloud sect strategy is very simple. They rely on that defensive formation to defend themselves. In terms of offense, they completely rely on that fatty. That fatty's battle power is slightly stronger than Six-Fingered's. As long as there's an expert stronger than Six-Fingered holding that fatty back, or even having two experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier to defeat that fatty, the Sea Cloud sect will definitely lose. That's right. The key is that fatty. He's not easy to deal with. This time, if nothing goes wrong, the Sea Cloud sect will have no problem entering the top 6. Qiao Long's luck is really good. He actually managed to invite such a heaven's favorite. The leaders of the other forces were quietly discussing. In the Wind Sword sect area, Yi Fa and the others were also discussing. Ancestor, seniors, if we encounter the Sea Cloud sect, do we have a chance of winning? Yi Fa sent a message to the Wind Sword sect Grandmaster and the Qing He twin monsters. Faction leader Yi, don't worry. My cultivation is stronger than Six-Fingered cultivators, so I can suppress that fatty. With younger brother Yi, we can kill that fatty. Then, we will win. The great Tao of the Qinghe twins, the little brother Yi he was referring to, was the Wind Sword sect's old ancestor. It's going to be difficult to completely annihilate the Sea Cloud sect. As long as we kill that fatty, the others will definitely admit defeat, and we won't be able to kill more people. The boss of the Qing He twin monsters continued. It's not bad to kill that fatty. Yi Fa nodded. He looked in the direction of the Sea Cloud sect. He didn't know why, but he still felt uncertain. He was worried about Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. Although Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing had already displayed combat strength at the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean realm, he was still uncertain. He was already at the early 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, but last time, at the Wind Sword sect, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing gave him a very strong pressure. He could vaguely sense that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's combat strength was not just at the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. But even if he reached the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier, what was the use? If the Qing He twin monsters and the old ancestor killed the fatty, they would definitely win. Yi Fa warned himself in his heart. The competition continued. Soon, the first round was over and they entered the second round. When he encountered the forces of Intentionless Mansion, he still admitted defeat directly. The Wind Sword sect against the Sea Cloud sect. Suddenly, the judge's voice was heard. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Xian Yanqing and Kong Jin were the same. He did not expect to meet the Wind Sword sect in the second battle. What luck! Lu Ming, are you confident? Qiao Xian looked at Lu Ming and the rest. The Wind Sword sect had 2 experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Don't worry, you don't think I'm worse than this fatty, do you? Lu Ming chuckled. Kong Jin pursed his lips but did not refute. Tingting, just watch. We'll kill the 2 monsters of Qinghe in this battle. Lu Ming smiled at Wan Tingting. You guys be careful. Wan Tingting said softly. Let's go, time to go on stage. Lu Ming smiled and flew up to the fighting ring with Kong Jin and the rest. The Wind Sword sect disciples also ascended the stage. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible, Hee hee. The boss of the Qing He twin monsters sneered as he stared at Xian Yanqing with a burning gaze. I say, old man, hurry up and admit defeat. Wait a minute, my axe doesn't recognize people. Kong Jin laughed coldly as he waved the battle axe in his hand. Fatty, little Qing, follow the plan. I'll take care of the two monsters of Qing He. Leave the Wind Sword Sect Patriarch to Fatty. Little Qing, you're in charge of keeping the others quiet. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Kong Jin and Xian Yanqing. The two of them nodded. Hee hee, if that's the case, then go to hell. The two monsters of Qing He revealed a cold killing intent. Their bodies flashed and they pounced towards Kong Jin. At the same time, the Wind Sword Sect's Grandmaster pounced towards Kong Jin while the others pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Buzz! At this time, everyone saw a figure flash and suddenly appear in front of the boss of the two monsters of Qinghe. Old man, I'll send you on your way today. Lu Ming sneered. Just you? Die. The two monsters of Qing He shouted coldly and struck a palm at Lu Ming. The eruption of the cultivation of the fourth level of the spiritual ocean tier was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming smiled faintly and threw a punch. Boom! A huge explosion was heard. The boss of the Qing He twin monsters trembled and took 2 steps back. How did this happen? The leader of the Qing He twin monsters looked at Lu Ming in shock. How could Lu Ming be so powerful that he could force him to retreat with one palm? Cannot admit defeat. The surrounding spectators were even more shocked. First of all, Lu Ming's sudden dash and his lightning-fast appearance in front of the boss of the Qinghe twin monsters had already shocked many people. In their opinion, shouldn't Lu Ming stay in the battle formation and focus on defense? Wasn't the main fighting force of the Sea Cloud Sect that fatty? However, in the next move, Lu Ming repelled the leader of the Qing He twin monsters. The others almost jumped up in shock. He had hidden his strength. Lu Ming had definitely hidden his strength before this. His true combat strength was so powerful that he could defeat the boss of the Qing He twin monsters with one move. One must know that the boss of the Qing He twin monsters was stronger than Six-Fingered Cultivator. Many people realized that they had underestimated the Sea Cloud Sect's strength. To be more precise, they had underestimated the strength of those young people. He didn't show it just now because he didn't need it. Buzz! At that moment, Xian Yanqing's Sky Demon Force field had already enveloped the Wind Sword Sect disciples. The terrifying pressure suddenly pressed down, causing the Wind Sword Sect disciples to move as slowly as a turtle. Ha! Kill! Kong Jin laughed out loud and struck out with his battle axe. The Wind Sword Sect Grandmaster's body trembled violently and he staggered back with a pale face. Let's enter together. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out 2 punches. One of them was aimed at the eldest brother of the Qing He duo, while the other pierced through the void and aimed at the second brother. The second brother of the twin monsters of Qing He was only at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. He was sent flying by a punch and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Kill! An even more terrifying fist radiance followed closely, drowning the second brother of the Qinghe twin monsters. The second brother of the Qing He twin monsters let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was blasted apart by Lu Ming's fist force and he died on the spot. Second brother. The leader of the Qing He twin monsters roared angrily. His eyes were red. He unleashed all his strength and bombarded Lu Ming. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. The sword aura in the hands of the leader of the Qing He twin monsters was like a river, surging toward Lu Ming. The sharp aura filled the air and cut the space, leaving traces. It's your turn now. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he struck out with his palm. He activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and his palm was like a divine monument. Bang! The river of sword chi collapsed and the prison suppressing heavenly art suppressed everything. The 2 monsters of Qing He cried out in pain and retreated, blood spurting out of their mouths. How did this happen? He howled madly and looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of disbelief and fear. His cultivation had already reached the middle fourth level of the spiritual ocean tier, and his combat strength was not weak either. Yet, he was not Lu Ming's match and was completely crushed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only at the first level of the spiritual ocean tier. How could there be such a freak? His heart trembled. The next moment, he heard a scream. On the other side, the Wind Sword Sect Master was in an even worse state. One of his arms had been cut off, and he was covered in blood. The strength that Kong Jin displayed was even stronger than when he fought Six Fingers. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked beyond words. Lu Ming's strength was shocking. He completely crushed the boss of the Qing He twin monsters. Even Kong Jin's strength was stronger than before. They had been hiding their strength. They had not even used their full strength before. In the Red Moon Sex area, Six-Fingered Cultivator's face was a bit pale. He originally thought that Kong Jin's battle power was stronger than his, but not by much. However, he now understood that Kong Jin had been pretending. In the Intentionless Mansion, many experts of the Intentionless Mansion had grave expressions. "Fatty, send them on their way." Lu Ming sneered. He strode forward and struck with his palm. A terrifying pressure suddenly exploded as if it was going to crush the boss of the two monsters of Qinghe River. Bang! The boss of the Qing He twin monsters tried his best to resist, but one of his arms was shattered. On the other side, the Wind Sword Sex Grandmaster was in an even worse state. A deep gash appeared on his chest, and he was almost split in half. "We admit defeat. We admit defeat. I admit defeat." The boss of the Qinghe twin monsters and the patriarch of the Wind Sword Sect roared. "Kill! Kill!" Lu Ming and Kong Jin continued to charge forward. "Why aren't you guys stopping? We've already admitted defeat." The Wind Sword Sect's patriarch roared. "What a joke, there are only 8 of you left, and it will only take effect if more than half of you admit defeat. Only 2 of you admit defeat." Lu Ming sneered. "You guys, quickly admit defeat." The leader of the Qinghe twin monsters felt the killing intent from Lu Ming and was on the verge of tears. He roared madly at the other Wind Sword Sect members. However, the other Wind Sword Sect members were simply in a dilemma. They were enveloped by Xian Yanqing's Sky Demon Force Field. The most important thing was that it contained a terrifying destructive cutting power. They felt that they would be killed in the next moment. As long as they opened their mouths and shouted a word, the terrifying destructive cutting power would enter their mouths, making it difficult for them to speak. Their hearts were burning with anxiety, but they couldn't utter a word. "It seems like they don't want to admit defeat." Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward. A terrifying pressure was exerted on the two monsters of Qinghe. "Cheating, they're cheating. Judge, we admit defeat, we admit defeat." On the grandstand, Yi Fa stood up and shouted madly. "You're a person who didn't participate in the battle. What's the use of admitting defeat?" Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at him and said coldly. "They're about to admit defeat. You guys controlled them. You guys cheated." Yi Fa shouted, his heart burning with anxiety. "According to the rules, you have to admit defeat personally to be considered to have admitted defeat." In the sky, the judge coldly said. He found Lu Ming and the others interesting. He muttered to himself that the judge could not be bothered with the lives of a few ants from the Wind Sword Sect. He was only doing things according to the rules. The judge's words made Yi Fa's face turn pale. On the battle stage, Kong Jin's roar was like thunder as his battle axe chopped down. The Wind Sword Sect's Grandmaster screamed in pain as he was split into 2. Bang! Lu Ming's palm hit the two monsters' chests. The terrifying power destroyed their boss's heart and internal organs. The Qinghe twin monsters roared, their eyes filled with unwillingness. This time, they were not here to die, but Yi Fa had paid a heavy price to invite them. If they had known that they would die if they came, they would never have come. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The boss of the two monsters let out an unwilling roar and died. Lu Ming moved his hand and kept old monster Qinghe's storage ring. He devoured the blood essence. Then, with a flash of his body, he devoured the blood essence of the Wind Sword Sect Grandmaster and the second brother of the Qinghe twin monsters. At this moment, the remaining people who were enveloped by Xian Yanqing's Sky Demon force field were so scared that their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and they broke out in cold sweat. The Qinghe twins and the Wind Sword Sect's Grandmaster had been killed. Would they be killed next? Yet, they could not admit defeat. All he saw was that their faces were pale and their eyes were full of pleading. Little Qing, kill those at the third level of the spiritual ocean tier. Leave the rest to Tingting. Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded. With a press of her hand, the destructive cutting power suddenly increased by several times. 2 Wind Sword Sect experts at the third level of the spiritual ocean tier were killed by the destructive cutting force. The final battle. On the fighting ring, there were only 4 martial artists below the third level of the spiritual ocean realm left. They looked at Lu Ming and the rest in horror. Bang! In the audience, in the Wind Sword Sect's area, Yi Fa's body seemed to have been drained of all strength as he slumped in his chair. His eyes were filled with despair. The Wind Sword Sect was finished. The Qinghe twin monsters that he had paid a huge price to invite had died in battle, and the Wind Sword Sect's patriarch had been killed. The Wind Sword Sect's competition had ended here. Originally, they only needed to win 2 more rounds to get into the top 6 and obtain at least 3 slots. But now, there was no hope at all. They had already been eliminated. All his plans and arrangements were in vain. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the Wind Sword Sect's patriarch had been killed, and 2 experts at the third level of the spiritual ocean tier had also been killed. The Wind Sword Sect's strength had plummeted, and they had completely become the weakest of all the factions around Grand Gathering City. In the future, how could the Wind Sword Sect compete with the other powers? They were destined to decline. All of this was because of Lu Ming and the few of them. No, it was all because of Ruantingting. Yi Fa's eyes turned to the Sea Cloud Sect and saw Ruantingting's figure. It was all because of this woman. They were the ones who first sacrificed Ruantingting's happiness and wanted to marry her to the 2 monsters of Qinghe, which led to all this. Then, he remembered that when he proposed to marry Ruantingting to the twin monsters of Qinghe, Ruantingting had said that she could ask a few friends to help the Wind Sword Sect participate in the competition. Her few friends were undoubtedly Lu Ming and the rest. Unfortunately, he did not believe it at all. Not only did he reject Ruantingting, but he also offended Lu Ming and the others and asked them to go to the Sea Cloud Sect. The Sea Cloud Sect was just a small force, but it was so glorious because of the addition of Lu Ming and the others. And all of this should have belonged to the Wind Sword Sect. If Lu Ming and the rest joined in, there would be no need for the 2 monsters of the Clear River Sect. In addition to the Wind Sword Sect's own strength, they would have a high chance of winning. Unfortunately, everything was just an if. Everything had been destroyed by him. Yi Fa's mouth was filled with bitterness. He regretted it, but he knew that there was no turning back. Yi Qing's eyes were also in a daze. She had never expected this outcome. The strength of Lu Ming and the rest had exceeded her expectations. She knew that she would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Lu Ming and the rest were not on the same level as her. They were not in the same world. The Sea Cloud Sect's area was the complete opposite of the Wind Sword Sect's. It was a jubilant atmosphere, and Xiao Long even laughed out loud in excitement. Tingting, look! Lu Ming and the rest killed the Qinghe twin monsters. Qiao Xian tightly held on to Ruantingting's hand. Ruantingting's eyes were filled with gratitude. She knew that Lu Ming and the rest were doing this for her. Thank you all. I will work hard to cultivate. I will personally settle the rest. Ruantingting whispered. On the side, the Iron Bones Sect and the Crimson Moon Sect, the 2 forces that had fought against the Sea Cloud Sect, were rejoicing in their hearts. However, they were also filled with lingering fear. They had actually looked down on the Sea Cloud sect and Lu Ming's group. They were clearly top-tier heaven's favorites. We admit defeat, we admit defeat. In the fighting ring, Xian Yanqing retracted his sky demon force field and the remaining 4 people started shouting madly. However, no one was paying attention to them anymore. Almost everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming, Kong Jin, and Xian Yanqing. They knew that Xian Yanqing wasn't to be trifled with. He actually controlled 6 experts by himself, making them unable to even call out to admit defeat. Then, with a light wave of his hand, he dealt with 2 experts at the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. His methods were simply unpredictable and chilling. The other 6 people from the Sea Cloud sect looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They understood that they were only here to make up the numbers. They had nothing to do with this competition. The Sea Cloud sect wins. The judge announced the result. Lu Ming returned to his seat and continued to refine the blood essence. She had devoured all the blood essence of the 5 Wind Sword sect disciples who had been killed. This time, the blood essence was even denser and more terrifying. 2 were at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and 3 were at the 3rd level. Lu Ming refined it with all his might to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline. The competition continued. However, the original 9 forces had become 8. The Wind Sword sect had been eliminated in advance, and they were no longer able to fight. The rest of the competition was much simpler. After seeing how terrifying Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Kong Jin were, the other forces would admit defeat when they encountered the Sea Cloud sect. The Intentionless Mansion and the Sea Cloud sect had always won. When the ranking battle was about to end, Lu Ming's blood essence had been completely refined. However, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel showed no signs of advancing. Lu Ming was clear that it would not be that easy. However, he was not too disappointed. Whether it was a coincidence or the judge's intention, the battle between Intentionless Mansion and Sea Cloud sect was left to the end. Intentionless Mansion against Sea Cloud sect. When the judge said this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Intentionless Mansion had not fought a single battle in the ranking battle and had won all of them until now. No one knew how strong the battle power of the Intentionless Mansion was. On the surface, the Intentionless Mansion had 2 4th-level spiritual ocean tier cultivators, one of whom was at the late 4th-level spiritual ocean tier. But they must have invited outside help. The Sea Cloud sect had fought 2 battles and had won all of them until now. In the battle between the 2 forces, who was stronger? Everyone was very curious. With a flash, both parties ascended the fighting ring. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Kong Jin stood at the front while the other 6 stood behind them. They knew that they were only here to make up the numbers. They only needed to defend well. They didn't want to achieve anything, but they wanted to avoid any mistakes. I truly admire the 3 of you for having such battle prowess despite being so young. An elegant old man walked out of Intentionless Mansion and said with a smile. Lu Ming and the other 2 did not speak. They looked at the old man and waited for him to continue. How about this, let's just treat this battle as a sparring session and not harm our lives. The elegant old man continued. This elegant elder was the patriarch of the Intentionless Mansion. He was obviously afraid of Lu Ming and the other 2. Sure. Lu Ming smiled. They had no grudges with the Intentionless Mansion. There was no need to take their lives. That's good. Get into formation. After the elegant elder finished speaking, the 9 people from Intentionless Mansion moved and formed a large formation. A terrifying aura burst out. 5 experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier, and even a peak 4th level spiritual ocean tier expert. As soon as the aura of the 9 people from Intentionless Mansion burst out, there were cries of alarm from the surroundings. The Intentionless Mansion was indeed powerful. They actually had 5 experts at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Compared to them, the other forces were far too lacking. The remaining 4 people were all at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. A battle formation set up by a few people together was extremely terrifying. Who could break it? Interesting, let's join forces. Lu Ming said. All right. Xian Yanqing nodded. Let's have a good fight. I haven't had a good fight today. Kong Jin laughed and strode forward. Sky Devil Force Field. Xian Yanqing made the first move. The Shengguan family. Xian Yanqing took the lead and used the Sky Demon Force Field to envelop his opponent. A terrifying destructive force burst out. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. The people of Intentionless Mansion activated the battle formation. Battle sabers were formed one after another, negating the invisible destructive cutting power. At that moment, Lu Ming and Kong Jin flashed into the Sky Demon Power Field. Try my axe, the Mad Demon Battle Axe. Kong Jin stepped on the fighting stage, and the fighting stage rumbled. With every step he took, his body swelled up a little. The battle axe in his hand, which was as big as a door, twisted the air into a ball and smashed toward Intentionless Mansion like a storm. The Earth concept and Shattering concept were integrated into the bloodline martial skill. The terrifying power and the power to destroy everything made the people of Intentionless Mansion change their expressions. Boom! Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out at the Intentionless Mansion. In comparison, Lu Ming's palm was much more restrained. It looked very ordinary, as if it was just an ordinary palm. However, the faces of the people from Intentionless Mansion were even uglier. This was because they could feel that the pressure from Lu Ming's palm was even stronger than Kong Jin's. Block it! The elegant old man shouted. The 9 of them activated the battle formation and combined their auras into one. They each sent out 2 rays of saber radiance, which were aimed at Lu Ming and Kong Jin. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, Lu Ming and Kong Jin stood still, while the 9 people from Intentionless Mansion staggered backward. Even the battle formation was almost destroyed. They were enveloped by Xian Yanqing's Sky Demon Force Field and were suppressed. It was difficult for them to exert their full combat strength. Again. Lu Ming and Kong Jin stepped forward and launched another attack. This time, the power of this attack was stronger than the previous one. The Hand of the Heavenly Devil. This time, Xian Yanqing also attacked. A beautiful arm pressed towards the people of Intentionless Mansion. Boom! 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 The entire battle stage was shaking. The 9 people from Intentionless Mansion were thrown into disarray by the violent power and retreated one after another. The 4 peak 3rd level spiritual ocean tier martial artists' faces turned pale and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Amazing, truly amazing. We admit defeat. The elegant old man took a deep breath and calmed his surging chi and blood. He cupped his fists and said, but his eyes were filled with shock. The 9 of them had joined forces to set up a formation, but they were still no match for Lu Ming and the other 2. The combat strength of these 3 young men was terrifying. Thanks for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his fists and smiled. The Sea Cloud sect wins this battle. The judge announced. Immediately, cheers came from the Sea Cloud sect. Many people were so excited that their faces turned red. Who? At the scene, the people from the other forces all let out a breath, as if they were trying to calm down their turbulent emotions. The Sea Cloud sect had actually defeated the Intentionless Mansion. This was something that he had never expected before the competition. At the very beginning, when the Sea Cloud sect's people went up, everyone saw that there were actually 3 first-level spiritual ocean tier youths. No one thought highly of the Sea Cloud sect, thinking that they were just going through the motions. Even if a few people thought that the Sea Cloud sect might have invited a heaven's favorite, what would happen? However, they would never have thought that the Sea Cloud sect would be able to defeat the Intentionless Mansion. After all, it was impossible for ordinary geniuses to defeat an expert at the 4th level of the spiritual ocean realm at the 1st level of the spiritual ocean realm. The difference was too great. However, in the end, the Sea Cloud sect became the dark horse and defeated the Intentionless Mansion. Without a doubt, the Sea Cloud sect was in first place this time. According to the results, the top 6 have been decided. They are the Sea Cloud sect in first place, with 8 spots. The judge announced. Waves of cheers came from the Sea Cloud sect. Xiao Long's face was filled with excitement. Out of the 8 spots, 4 were given to Lu Ming. There were 4 left. He would never have dared to think about this before. The other powers all looked at the Sea Cloud sect and Xiao Long with envy. The Sea Cloud sect's luck was too good. They had actually obtained the help of such a heaven's favorite. Why didn't they have this luck? Second place, Intentionless Mansion, 6 spots. The judge announced the top 6. 6th place, Red Moon Sect. 6th place, 3 spots for the 100 Venerate Mountains. Alright, this competition is over. In the next 2 days, list out the spots to enter the 100 Venerate Mountains. In 2 days, someone will go to the Sea Cloud sect to get it. After the announcement of the verdict, he looked at Lu Ming, Kong Jin, and Xian Yanqing before leaving. With the judge's departure, the competition had come to an end. The Sea Cloud sect had become the biggest winner. The 36 forces dispersed. Lu Ming and the rest had also returned to the Sea Cloud sect. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The top 6 forces all sent people to the Sea Cloud sect to wait for the messenger. One day, a young man wearing a starry robe arrived at the Sea Cloud sect. Xiao Long and the people from the other 6 factions came out to welcome them. Have you prepared the list of the people who will enter the 100 Venerated Mountains? Give it to me. The young man had his hands behind his back and an air of superiority. Xiao Long and the others didn't dare to delay and quickly handed in their respective name lists. They could tell that the young man was a disciple of the Shangguan family just by looking at his clothes. The Shangguan family was one of the most powerful families on the Dragon's Vein, apart from the Wang family. It was also one of the most powerful forces in 9 dragons, apart from the 6 ancient families. Compared to small forces like them, they were many times stronger. The young man put away the name list and glanced at it. He nodded and waved his hand, sending 8 tokens to Xiao Long. These are the 8 tokens to enter the 100 Venerated Mountains, keep them. Xiao Long happily put it away. Then, the young man passed the corresponding token to Intentionless Mansion and the other forces. As long as you're under 30 years old and have the mountain entrance token, you can enter the 100 Venerated Mountains at any time. After saying that, the young man stepped into the air and left. After the young man left, Xiao Long went to Lu Ming and the others' residence and handed the 4 tokens to them. Brother Lu Ming, when do you plan to enter the 100 Venerated Mountains? Should I let Xian, and the others go with you guys? Xiao Long asked. Tomorrow. Lu Ming said. Xiao Long nodded and left. After the young man from the Shangguan family issued the tokens, he flew toward the Dragon Vein. This time, there's a name called Lu Ming on the list. Interesting. Could it be Lu Ming from the Heavenly King list? The young man muttered. I heard from Uncle Wuchen that cousin Xingchen has an enemy in the Tianxian region. His name is Lu Ming. I wonder if they are the same person. Should I tell Uncle Wuchen about this? I should go and tell them. If it's the same person, I might be blamed for not mentioning it even if I know the situation in the future. With this thought in mind, the young man flew in the direction of the Shangguan family. The Wang family occupied the core of the Dragon Vein, but the Shangguan family also occupied a very good territory, which was one of the most precious places. One after another, majestic mountain peaks rose from the ground. They were lush and verdant, and the spirit chi was so dense that it was like fog floating in the sky. It was like a paradise. Many palaces were located on the mountain peak. In the courtyard of one of the palaces, 2 figures were sitting. They were Shangguan Wuchen and Shangguan Wuling. Meeting Shangguan Wuchen again. The uncle and mother of Holy Constellation. At this moment, the two of them were drinking tea in the courtyard. Second brother, you sent someone to investigate that bastard Lu Ming. How's the investigation going? Is he still in the Tianxian region? Shangguan Wuling asked. Shangguan Wuchen shook his head and said, I've done my investigation. Lu Ming has left the Tianxian region a long time ago. I don't know where he went. However, I'm sure that his relationship with Yan Kuangtu isn't that deep. Yan Kuangtu stayed in the Tianxian region for 2 days before he left. Lu Ming, that little bastard. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have suffered such humiliation and even been humiliated by Yan Kuangtu in public. Shangguan Wuling's face revealed a malevolent expression. Little sister, let's forget about the matter with Yan Kuangtu. He is one of the supreme commanders of the Detian Royal Guards. Even our patriarch would not dare to offend him. Shangguan Wuchen's expression changed slightly. Second brother, I know that. But we can't let Lu Ming off. Shangguan Wuling said coldly. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Ming is quite talented. He won't miss the Battle of Providence. He might come to 9 Dragons. Once he's there, he'll be at our mercy. Shangguan Wuchen took a sip of tea, a cold smile on his face. As the two of them were talking, a young man walked in. This young man was the one who had gone to the Sea Cloud sect to issue the 100 venerated mountain entrance token. The young man was called Shangguan Jinhui. Jinhui, you're not working as a Detian Imperial Guard. How do you have the time to return to the Shangguan clan? Shangguan Wuchen stood up and smiled when he saw the young man. Uncle Wuchen and Aunt Wuling are here as well. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with you too, so I decided to come back. Shangguan Jinhui said. Oh? What's the matter? Shangguan Wuchen was a little curious. I heard that cousin Xingqian has an enemy in the Tianxian region. His name is Lu Ming, right? Shangguan Jinhui said. Jinhui, do you have news of Lu Ming? Shangguan Wuling's eyes lit up. Shangguan Jinhui nodded. I went to the periphery of the Dragon Vein this time to give out the 100 venerated mountain entrance tokens to a few small forces. Lu Ming's name was on one of the forces' nominations, so I wanted to come and say something. Could it be someone with the same name? Shangguan Wuchen said. I don't know. Shangguan Jinhui shook his head. He was only in charge of giving out tokens and did not know anything else. As for the situation of the competition, he naturally did not know anything. Second brother, I'm planning to go and take a look. What if it's that little bastard? You still want to enter the 100 venerated mountains? Dream on. Shangguan Wuling revealed a ferocious expression. I've delivered my message, farewell. Shangguan Jinhui cupped his fists and left. Then let's go take a look. If it's that little bastard, just cripple him. Shangguan Wuchen also said coldly. The next morning, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Kong Jin, Wan Tingting, the 4 young men from Sea Cloud sect, and Xiao Xian were all there. A group of 8 people flew toward the Dragon Vein. The entrance of the 100 venerated mountains was right above the Dragon Vein. The word supreme in the 100 venerated mountain referred to the spiritual god realm masters. The masters of the spiritual god realm were also called supremacies. It was said that not only was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth extremely rich in the 100 venerated mountains, but there were also more than 100 spiritual god realm powerhouses who had left their own cultivation marks there. There were even spiritual god powerhouses who had left their own inheritances there. In history, there were some peerless powerhouses who, when they were alive, did not find a suitable successor. They would leave their inheritance behind through some special means in the hope that there would be a suitable successor in the future to inherit their legacy. Therefore, in the 100 venerated mountains, not only could one use the marks left behind by spiritual god realm masters to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth, but one could also obtain the inheritance of spiritual god realm masters. Some powerful spiritual God realm powerhouses had even mastered God-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques, which was very tempting. Lu Ming's group of 8 flew forward at an extremely fast speed. In the distance, one could see an extremely majestic and vast mountain range lying on the ground. This mountain range was the Dragon's Vein, and one couldn't see the end of it. It was too big and majestic. Such dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Lu Ming gasped in admiration. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth on the Dragon Vein was even denser. It was several times denser than in the area of the Grand Gathering City. Moreover, he could sense the intent realm of heaven and earth more clearly. The environment was too good. Cultivating in such an environment, it would be difficult for one's cultivation not to improve. They flew into the Dragon Vein and headed towards the entrance of the 100 Venerated Mountains. Soon, they came to a huge platform. In front of the platform, there was a huge light door, which was the entrance to the 100 Venerated Mountains. In front of the light door, there were experts guarding. "Little bastard, is it really you?" Just as Lu Ming and the rest landed on the platform, a shrill scream was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and could not help being stunned. He saw Shangguan Wuchen and Shangguan Wuling. At this time, Shangguan Wuling was staring at him with a ferocious face. Lu Ming frowned. He did not expect to meet people from the Shangguan family here. "Little bastard, you're really amazing. You're in 9 dragons, and you've even managed to get a place to enter the 100 Venerated Mountain." Shangguan Wuling stepped forward. At the same time, Shangguan Wuchen also stepped forward. Beside them, there was a tall young man. They stood in front of Lu Ming and the rest, blocking their way. "Move, you're blocking the way." Lu Ming frowned. "Get out of the way. Little bastard, do you know what's in front of you? That's the 100 Venerated Mountains, the holy land for cultivation in 9 dragons. What is your status? What right does a kid who came from a barren mountain in the Tianxian region have to enter the 100 Venerated Mountain? Now, hand over your entrance token and get out of here." Shangguan Wuling said coldly. Back then, Lu Ming had injured the Holy Star in public and caused Yan Kuangtu to slap her in public. She had regarded it as a great humiliation, and even after such a long time, she still hated Lu Ming to the core. In addition, she did not dare to provoke Yan Kuangtu. She could only blame everything on Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, who is this crazy woman? There must be something wrong with his brain," Kong Jin said unhappily. "He's just a mad dog. Let's go." Lu Ming shook his head and walked to the side, wanting to bypass Shangguan Wuling and the rest. "Little bastard, what did you just say? You dare to scold me? You're looking for death." Shangguan Wuling screamed. Boom! Shangguan Wuchen took a step forward and stood in front of Lu Ming and the others. A powerful aura burst out. 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Now, Lu Ming could clearly sense Shangguan Wuchen's cultivation. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, he could suppress it with a flip of his hand. "I advise you to get out of the way." Lu Ming looked at Shangguan Wuchen indifferently. "Little bastard, how dare you insult me? Today, none of you can leave." Shangguan Wuling's face was twisted with rage as he swept his gaze across Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the rest. He then screeched, "I didn't expect you to have a few pretty girls with you. That's good. These girls will all come back with me. It's your good fortune to be Xingchen's concubines." Chapter 776 Times have changed. Buzz. Just as Shangguan Wuling finished her sentence, Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward and sent a slap towards her. "Pa!" A loud slap rang out. Shangguan Wuling let out a blood-curdling scream as her body was sent flying far away. She fell tens of meters away. Her hair was disheveled and one side of her face was swollen. She looked at Lu Ming in a daze, completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming actually dared to hit her. He actually dared to slap her? Not even in her dreams did she expect this. You're just a mad dog, you don't want face when I give you face. Lu Ming said coldly. Ah. At this moment, Shangguan Wuling finally reacted and let out a hysterical scream. Her eyes revealed endless viciousness as she glared at Lu Ming and shouted, "Little bastard, you dare to hit me? I want you dead. I want to skin you alive." Pa. Lu Ming waved his hand again and slapped the other side of Shangguan Wuling's face across the air. Immediately, her body flew out again and fell to the ground. She spat out a large mouthful of blood and was completely stunned. "How dare you? You're looking for death." Shangguan Wuchen bellowed in rage. He moved his body and struck a palm at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and all of Shangguan Wuchen's attacks turned into bubbles. The next moment, he felt a tight grip on his throat. His throat had been grabbed by Lu Ming's iron-like claws. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Lu Ming had actually destroyed all his attacks and defenses with one move and grabbed his throat. "Do you still think that I'm the same person as I was back then?" Lu Ming clasped Shangguan Wuchen's neck and lifted him up high. Shangguan Wuchen's face was flushed red. The vital essence in his body could not be mobilized at all. It had been sealed by Lu Ming. His heart was in a state of shock. How long had it been? Not even a year. Back in the Tianxian region, he was a mighty Sea of Soul Realm expert who looked down on Lu Ming. In his eyes, Lu Ming was like an ant that he could kill at will. But now? In Lu Ming's hands, he was so weak and defenseless. It was completely the opposite of what it was before. "Boy, let go of your hand. Lord Wuchen is a direct descendant of the Shangguan family. If anything happens to him, you'll be dead." A young man who had been following behind Shangguan Wuchen burst out with a powerful aura that enveloped Lu Ming. The peak of the third level of the spiritual ocean realm. This youth had a cultivation at the peak third level of the spiritual ocean tier. Is that so? There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. The young man was shocked and shouted, "You're bullying the weak. What kind of skill is that? If you have the ability, fight me." "All right, no fighting is allowed at the entrance of the 100 Venerated Mountains. If you have any grudges, leave this place or enter the 100 Venerated Mountains to settle them." At this moment, an old voice was heard from the entrance of the 100 Venerated Mountain. The young man from the Shangguan clan's expression changed when he heard the voice, and he immediately retracted his aura. Bang! Lu Ming swung his arm and threw Shangguan Wuchen away. "Get out of the way. If you want to find me, I'll be waiting for you in the 100 Venerated Mountains." Lu Ming looked at the young man. Although this young man's cultivation was at the peak of the third level of the spiritual ocean tier, he did not give Lu Ming any pressure at all. Clearly, he was not a heaven's favorite. In the superior environment of 9 dragons, some big families like the Shangguan family, especially the 6 great ancient families, definitely had many young men under the age of 30 who had reached the Sea of Soul realm. However, these people were not heaven's favorites. Their combat strength was not strong and their potential was limited. If they really had to fight, Lu Ming could suppress them with a flip of his hand. The young man snorted coldly and rushed towards Shangguan Wuchen and the others to check their injuries. "You're so weak, yet you still want to find trouble. How boring." Kong Jin pursed his lips. They walked towards the entrance. "Lu Ming, the Shangguan family still has a few other geniuses. You have to be careful." Qiao Xian whispered. "It's fine." Lu Ming smiled. He had never been afraid of challenges. Only challenges could make him improve faster. The group of 8 showed their mountain entrance tokens and naturally entered the 100 Venerated Mountains without any obstructions. Little bastard, I want him dead." On the platform, Shangguan Wuling was screaming. Her face was ferocious, like a fierce ghost. Lu Ming actually dared to slap her. How dare he? Yan Kuangtu dared to slap him, but so did Lu Ming. Although Shangguan Wuling's cultivation level was low, her status was not low. She was the daughter of an elder of the Shangguan clan who had real power. She had been pampered since she was young. Who would dare to hit her? How about this? Let's go back first. I'll call a few experts from the clan to enter the 100 Venerated Mountains and kill that Lu Ming. The young man said. All right, let's go back first. Shangguan Wuchen nodded and the three of them flew toward the Shangguan family. When they returned to the Shangguan family, they met a few people. Mother, uncle, what's wrong? Who did this? You're looking for death. One of the youths was Saint Xingchen. He could see the injuries of Shangguan Wuchen and Shangguan Wuling with a single glance. Especially Shangguan Wuling, both sides of her face were swollen, and it had not disappeared until now. This made the killing intent of the sacred constellation extremely strong. Xingchen, you've come out of seclusion? It's Lu Ming. It's that little bastard Lu Ming. He actually dared to hit me. Shangguan Wuling shouted. Lu Ming? It's him. Holy Constellation's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. What's going on? A majestic voice rang out. The one who spoke was a tall and strong old man. His eyes were sharp, and he gave off an imposing aura. This old man was the father of Shangguan Wuchen and Shangguan Wuling. He was an elder with real power in the Shangguan family. Father, it's like this. Shangguan Wuchen briefly explained the matter. Lu Ming, you're simply courting death. I'm going to the 100 Venerated Mountains to kill him now. The holy star's killing intent exploded, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Sacred Constellation's cultivation had also broken through to the spiritual ocean tier, and it wasn't the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, but the second level. Xingchen, it's not a good time for you to fight now. Your bloodline is extraordinary. It's the 7 stars of Heavenly Dipper. If you can awaken the real 7 stars of Heavenly Dipper, it'll definitely be a divine bloodline. The most important thing for you now is to cultivate in seclusion and awaken the 3rd bloodline. If you can awaken a divine bloodline, you'll be able to enter the ranks of divine-level geniuses. You'll have more capital in the battle of providence. The old man said in a deep voice. Grandpa, are you going to let Lu Ming off? I'm not willing. Xingchen said. Compared to you awakening a divine bloodline, this is a small matter. How about this, Jin Ju, bring a few men and bring Lu Ming's head to me. The old man turned around and said to the other youth. Don't worry, elder. Lu Ming will definitely die. The young man smiled. As for Shangguan Wuchen and the others, their faces were also filled with joy. Shangguan Jinjue was the Shangguan family's supreme talent. He was ranked 465th on the list of top 1,000 talents. With him, Lu Ming was doomed. Shangguan Jinjue then turned around and left. After Lu Ming and the other 8 stepped through the door, they appeared on another platform in the next moment. This platform was built on a cliff. As far as the eye could see, what appeared in front of them was a mountain peak that rose into the clouds. The clouds were dense and it was like a dream. Wait on the side. It was said that the 100 Venerated Mountains was not a plain. It was actually located on top of this dragon vein, but it was completely isolated from the outside world by a peerless formation. There was only one entrance that could be entered. Although the 100 Venerated Mountain is called the 100 Venerated Mountains, there are actually more than 100 venerable ones who left their imprints and inheritances. I estimate that there are at least a few hundred of them scattered in every corner. Qiao Xian explained. Lu Ming, it seems like we have to cultivate separately. Let's see who improves faster after a while. Kong Jin laughed. Each of them was good at different things, and the intent they comprehended was also different. Of course, they couldn't cultivate together. In the 100 Venerated Mountain, they needed to find the most suitable one for themselves in order to improve their comprehension. Similarly, it also required luck. Good. We'll meet here after a while. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately after, the 8 of them split up, each choosing a direction and flying forward. The 100 venerated mountain was huge, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. There were countless peaks, and no one knew which peak or which corner would have a venerable leaving a mark. Moreover, the spiritual qi in the 100 venerated mountains was unimaginably dense. It was several times denser than the dragon vein outside. Lu Ming felt that the density of the spiritual energy here was almost the same as that of low-grade spiritual crystals. What did this mean? It was equivalent to the lower spiritual crystals filling the world. In just one breath, he had absorbed the total amount of spiritual qi contained in several lower spiritual crystals. I don't even need spiritual crystals to cultivate here. Lu Ming sighed. He was really envious of those people from the great aristocratic families. However, now was not the time to cultivate. The most important thing was to find a mark that was suitable for him and comprehend intent. Lu Ming flew all the way. Soon, he found more than 10 people sitting cross-legged on the lakeside. Lu Ming landed and noticed that there was a strong aura in the lake. He sensed carefully and suddenly felt that there was a huge flood dragon in the lake that was pouncing at him. This flood dragon contained a powerful water concept. Lu Ming stood still and let the flood dragon rush past him. What a marvelous water mentality. It contains the spiritual God realm master's understanding of the water mentality. It can be combined with one's own body and be used as a reference for enlightenment. Unfortunately, I have not cultivated the water mentality. I'd better find another place. Lu Ming did not stop. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. Following that, he found a few imprints left by spirit god experts, but none of them were suitable for him. What? All of a sudden, Lu Ming noticed a cliff in front of him. There was a deep mark on the cliff that seemed to have been left behind by a sword. This cliff was thousands of meters high. In front of the cliff, there were more than a dozen stone pillars that stood on the ground, level with the cliff. On the stone pillars, there were many figures sitting cross-legged. There were a total of 18 stone pillars, and 17 of them were already occupied. Only one stone pillar was empty, and this stone pillar was the closest to the cliff. Lu Ming flew up and landed on the stone pillar. Wind concept. Lu Ming sensed it and realized that the carvings on the cliff contained a mysterious wind concept, which was exactly what Lu Ming needed. When Lu Ming landed, the people on the other stone pillars opened their eyes one after another. When they saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed slightly. "Brother, I advise you to leave that stone pillar," a young lady said to Lu Ming. "Why?" Lu Ming frowned slightly. "Because that stone pillar has already been reserved by someone. That person has said that no one else is allowed to set foot on this stone pillar." The woman explained. "Oh. Where's that person?" Lu Ming said. "That person is not in the Baizuan mountain now. Perhaps he is cultivating somewhere else." Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. "Since I'm not here, why can't I use it? Furthermore, the 100 venerated mountains is a public area, and I have never heard of it belonging to a single person. Even if he is not here, I can still use it." Lu Ming then sat down cross-legged. "Hee, brat, I might as well tell you. That man's name is Miao Yi, the youngest son of the Miao family." A sneer came from the other stone pillar. "Miao Yi. Miao Yi, 501st on the list of top 1,000 talents." Lu Ming's expression changed as he said. "That's right, hee. So, I advise you to leave. When he comes and sees you up there, you won't have a good end." The young man sneered. "Then we'll wait for him to come." "Leave," Lu Ming said calmly. He had no intention of leaving. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. When Miao Yi comes, you'll be in for a good time." The young man snorted. Lu Ming did not care about his surroundings. His gaze was fixed on the carved line on the cliff. Slowly, the mark changed in Lu Ming's eyes. It turned into a sword and then into a human figure, dancing in the air. Each sword contained a mysterious concept of wind. Even if it was the same intent, different people would have different comprehensions. How profound was the comprehension of intent of a spiritual god realm powerhouse? Lu Ming could compare it with his own concept and seek inspiration to quickly improve his understanding of the concept. When intent reached level 2, it wasn't something that could be continuously broken through just by using intent crystals. If one used only intent crystals, it was extremely easy to reach a bottleneck, and one would still need to comprehend it. As long as he could combine the intent crystals with his own comprehension, that would be the best way. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming had many new insights into the concept of wind. He continued to cultivate. Days passed and another 4 days passed. Lu Ming had been here for 7 days. On this day, Lu Ming was in the midst of comprehending when he suddenly felt a sharp killing intent enveloping him. His eyes moved and looked to the side. A young man in a green robe was walking toward them step by step. "It's Miao Yi has come. That kid is in trouble." Seeing the person, the surrounding people all let out a low cry. In particular, the young man who had said that Lu Ming was overestimating himself was gloating. "Now, you're going to cry." The young man sneered. Miao Yi was dressed in a green robe, his hands behind his back, his gaze cold as he stepped through the air and appeared not far from the stone pillar. "Kid, who allowed you to sit on that stone pillar? Didn't anyone tell you that I ordered that stone pillar?" Miao Yi looked down at Lu Ming from above. His voice was cold and gloomy, like a venomous bug that was staring at his enemy. It sent chills down one's spine. "I heard about it. When I first came, someone told me that." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Since someone told you, you still dare to sit on it. Do you not put me in your eyes? Now, roll down from above, give yourself 100 slaps, and then get as far away as you can. I won't hold it against you." Miao Yi ordered, as if he was ordering a servant. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. This Miao Yi was really overbearing. However, when had he, Lu Ming, ever been afraid of others being overbearing? "Let me ask you, does the 100 venerated mountains belong to your Miao family?" Lu Ming said. "Of course not." Miao Yi said. "Since you're not, what's wrong with you cultivating here? Don't you know that it's a first come, first served basis? If you want it, just wait at the side." Lu Ming waved his hands and said. Poison concept. Lu Ming waved his hands casually as if he was dismissing an underling. The people on the other stone pillars were stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to Miao Yi like that. Who was he? In Miao Yi's long and narrow eyes, a vicious glint flickered as he spat out in a cold voice, "Kid, it seems that you still don't understand what I mean. Regardless of whether this place belongs to my Miao family or not, I am the one who said it. It is me, Miao Yi, who said it. Do you understand?" Miao Yi still had his hands behind his back, looking high and mighty. His words were very simple. Regardless of whether this place belonged to the Miao family or not, since he, Miao Yi, had made the decision, Lu Ming had to give him face. If he said that he would occupy this place, then he would occupy it. Lu Ming pursed his lips. How good was Miao Yi's ego? "You? Miao Yi? What dog's hit? Get lost." Lu Ming continued to wave his hands. The others were even more shocked. Lu Ming completely did not take Miao Yi seriously. In the 100 venerated mountains, there were not many who dared to speak to Miao Yi in such a manner. There were many holy places for cultivation in 9 dragons, and the 100 venerates mountain was only one of them, and it was not a high-level one. There were even more advanced and mysterious cultivation holy lands. There were even inheritances left behind by supreme martial artists and even Dao fields of Emperor Path experts. The 100 venerated mountains simply couldn't compare to them. However, if one wanted to enter such a sacred place to cultivate, one would need to be qualified. Miao Yi did not have that qualification yet. Some of the more powerful heaven's favorites would cultivate in those sacred grounds. In the 100 venerated mountains, Miao Yi was considered one of the more famous heaven's favorites. Small Z, you will regret your words. The killing intent in Miao Yi's eyes became even colder. A green light jumped out from his body, covering the sky and the earth as it spread out. Lu Ming actually said that he was dog's hit and told him to get lost? Who was he? He was ranked 501st on the list of top 1,000 talents, and he was the son of the Miao family. On this dragon vein, the Wang family was the most powerful. Under the Wang family, there were 3 major forces. The Shangguan family was one of them, and the Miao family was the other. Even the heaven's favorites who ranked higher than him didn't dare to talk to him like that. Who does this kid think he is? If you want to fight, then fight. What's with all this nonsense? I still need to cultivate. Lu Ming looked at Miao Yi indifferently. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. On Miao Yi's body, a green light shot into the sky, emitting a terrifying corrosive aura. It's the poison intent. Retreat. The other young men's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly retreated, their faces filled with fear. Poison concept, interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were thousands of concepts in the world, but it was Lu Ming's first time encountering the concept of poison. Die. With a wave of his hands, a green ray of light mixed with the concept of extreme poison transformed into a green centipede that pounced towards Lu Ming. Peak second level of the spiritual ocean tier. The moment Miao Yi made his move, Lu Ming realized that Miao Yi's cultivation was at the peak of the second level of the spiritual ocean tier, which was more than a level higher than his. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. The terrifying force of the exploding star fist pierced through the void and headed toward the green centipede. When the fist force of the explosive star fist collided with the green centipede, a terrifying scene appeared. The fist force actually produced a sizzling sound and was rapidly corroded by the green light. The concept of extreme poison was actually corroding the fist force. My toxic concept can corrode everything. Even true essence and force can be corroded. You're only at the first level of the spiritual ocean realm, and you still dare to fight me? Die. Miao Yi sneered, and the mist around his body became even thicker. With a palm strike, another green centipede pounced towards Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. Boom. 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 The sky rumbled 4 times in a row as the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps were used. A violent force surged out. The 2 venomous centipedes were split apart. You have some ability. Heavenly Phoenix Sky Devouring Palm. Seeing that the 2 centipedes had been dispersed by Lu Ming, Miao Yi's face darkened. His palms turned dark green, and they seemed to be covered with lines. Those were the silhouettes of the centipedes. The surging palm print blasted out with a powerful corrosive power, causing the space to emit a sizzling sound. Miao Yi's concept of extreme poison was a headache for many people. Many who were stronger than him were not willing to face him. However, he had encountered Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward. The 3 intents of wind, fire, and thunder fused and exploded as he struck his palm forward. Boom! Miao Yi's palm print was split apart, but it immediately turned into a green mist that spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. This was a poisonous mist that was filled with strong corrosive properties. Swallow. Lu Ming controlled the 9-dragon bloodline and a powerful devouring force burst out from his left palm. The poisonous mist was devoured by the 9-dragon bloodline as soon as it got close to Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure dashed past Miao Yi, a long spear appearing in his hand. The dazzling spear's gleam pierced towards Miao Yi. What's going on? Miao Yi's expression changed drastically. Lu Ming was actually not afraid of his poisonous concept and was charging straight at him. His figure turned into a series of afterimages in an instant as he rapidly retreated. In the next moment, a cold light bloomed from Miao Yi's hands, and he aimed it at Lu Ming. Wind concept. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Miao Yi had actually comprehended the concept of wind and had also reached level 2. However, Miao Yi's wind concept did not successfully merge with his poison concept. A ray of cold light was aimed at Lu Ming's neck. Lu Ming's long spear swept out. Clang! The long spear and the cold light collided with a loud bang, and the cold light was bounced away. It was only then that Lu Ming could see clearly that the cold light was not a knife or a sword, but a centipede made of metal. This centipede was similar to a soft whip, but it was more mysterious. It could grow, break, turn, and its attacks were unpredictable. On both sides, there were dense centipede legs. They were as sharp as blades and made a sharp whistling sound as they streaked through the air. Shwa shwa. With a wave of his hand, Miao Yi's centipede-like weapon streaked across the air and headed straight for Lu Ming. Its position was constantly changing, and it let out an ear-piercing screech. With the concept of wind activated, Lu Ming's figure changed rapidly, avoiding the centipede's attack and charging towards Miao Yi. True Dragon Strike. The long spear thrust out, and a three-colored true dragon roared as it pounced towards Miao Yi. Although Lu Ming had comprehended the fourth intent realm, he had yet to integrate it into the dragon god's three absolutes. Therefore, his attack was still tricolored. When Lu Ming fused the earth concept into the dragon god's three absolutes, the three absolutes would undergo a transformation and become a demigod-level martial arts technique. During this period of time, Lu Ming would try it when he had the time, but he had not succeeded. Miao Yi's expression changed, and he quickly retracted his centipede weapon, bombarding it towards the three-colored true dragon. With a loud explosion, Miao Yi's body trembled as he was forced to retreat. Miao Yi, ranked 501st on the list of top 1,000 talents, was indeed powerful. He could easily defeat those of a higher realm. With his poison intent, even ordinary martial artists at the peak of the 4th-level spiritual ocean realm were not his match. Second level of the spiritual ocean tier. However, when he encountered Lu Ming, the toxic concept was almost ineffective and his combat strength was greatly reduced. Lu Ming did not even use the prison-suppressing heaven technique or the earth concept, and he was already completely suppressed. You're acting like you're the number one in the world with your little combat power. You're really shameless. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lu Ming used the 9 Dragons Heaven stomping steps and took a step forward. He approached Miao Yi at lightning speed and struck out with his palm. The prison-suppressing heaven art. As soon as he struck out with his palm, Miao Yi's expression changed drastically, because he felt a terrifying pressure. This pressure made him feel apprehensive. Block it. He quickly put away his centipede weapon, which then formed a circle in front of him like a shield. Bang! Lu Ming's palm hit the shield of the centipede weapon. The shield formed by the centipede weapon was instantly shattered. Miao Yi's body trembled violently and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Brat, I won't let you off. Miao Yi bellowed in anger, and turned into a green light, flying off into the distance. He had actually escaped just like that. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes, but he did not pursue. Miao Yi was, after all, the son of the Miao family's patriarch. Although it was not appropriate for the Miao family's elders to interfere in the young people's conflicts before the Battle of Providence, no one could say for sure if the Miao family's patriarch would go crazy if Miao Yi was really killed. However, if Miao Yi did not know when to retreat, Lu Ming did not mind finding an opportunity to get rid of him. At this moment, the other dozen or so people looked at this scene in shock. Lu Ming had actually defeated Miao Yi, who was ranked 501st on the list of top 1,000 talents. Could Lu Ming be in the top 500? Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he swept his gaze across the dozen of people. Among them, the young man who said that he wanted to see how Lu Ming would cry turned pale. Lu Ming took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of the young man. You said you want to see how I cry? How was it? Does it look good? Lu Ming asked indifferently. That. This brother, I was blind. I didn't know you were so powerful, The young man broke out in a cold sweat as he spoke incoherently. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The young man's expression turned unsightly, but he didn't dare to refute in the slightest and obediently flew away. Lu Ming continued to land on the stone pillar and began to comprehend. Half a day later, Lu Ming got up and left the place. He had already stayed here for 7 days. That was enough. He needed to find the next imprint. Only by corroborating multiple imprints with each other could inspiration be inspired and collide with more brilliant sparks. A few hours later, Lu Ming appeared in another place. It was a small valley with another mark. This mark contained the concept of fire. Lu Ming comprehended it quietly. At this moment, 2 groups of people were looking for Lu Ming in the 100 Venerated Mountain. On one side was Shangguan Jinjue. He was leading a few young experts from the Shangguan family in search of Lu Ming. Those young experts were all at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Although they weren't prodigies, being able to cultivate to this realm under the age of 30 wasn't simple either. Their battle prowess was considered high among those of the same level. On the other side was Miao Yi. After he returned to the Miao family, he also gathered a few experts and entered the 100 Venerated Mountains to look for Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no idea about this. He stayed in the small valley for 3 days before he got up and left. He found a secret place and entered the Supreme Shrine. And NBSP, after comprehending wind and fire intent in this period of time, he was now going to use intent crystals to increase his cultivation speed. He sat cross-legged next to the path understanding ancient tree, crushed a wind element intent crystal, and started cultivating. Right now, he still had more than 10 middle-grade wind attribute intent crystals. As he crushed one after another, Lu Ming's intent of wind was improving rapidly. Now that Lu Ming's intent had reached the 2nd level, the speed at which he consumed the profound meaning crystals had greatly increased. In less than a day, more than 10 wind-type profound meaning crystals had been consumed. Then, Lu Ming used low-grade profound meaning crystals to cultivate. Lu Ming consumed the low-grade profound meaning crystals even faster. He used dozens of them and shattered them. 3 days later, Lu Ming had used up more than 10,000 low-grade profound meaning crystals. His wind concept had finally reached the peak of level 2 beginner. He was only 1 step away from level 2 lower tier. However, he was stuck at this step. He had reached a bottleneck. This wasn't something that could be broken through with intent crystals. He could only rely on himself to comprehend it. Putting aside the concept of wind for now, Lu Ming took out the fire-type esoteric crystal and started cultivating. 3 days later, the middle-grade fire attribute profound meaning crystals were all used up. At the same time, he used up a large number of low-grade profound meaning crystals. Lu Ming had also raised his fire concept to the peak of the 2nd level beginning stage. At this point, he had also encountered a bottleneck. Let's go out and look for the imprint to comprehend. After that, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and searched for a suitable mark in the 100 Venerated Mountains. In the days that followed, Lu Ming would refine earth attribute esoteric crystals whenever he had time. He would find a suitable imprint and comprehend it on the spot. Every few days, his position would change. The 100 Venerates Mountain was filled with mountains and peaks. It wasn't easy to find a single person. Shangguan Jinjue and Miao Yi had been looking for him, but to no avail. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. A month had passed since Lu Ming arrived at the 100 Venerated Mountains. At this time, there was still 1 year and 2 months until the Battle of Providence. Such dense spiritual energy. Looking at the pool in front of him, Lu Ming was a little shocked. He searched for the mark left by the Venerable One in a barren mountain. He passed through a secret crack in a cliff and saw a pool that was completely condensed by spiritual qi. The spiritual energy in the pool had turned into liquid. Lu Ming felt that the spiritual energy in the pool could be compared to that of high-grade spiritual crystals. I can cultivate here and break through to the second level of the spiritual ocean realm. Lu Ming revealed a smile. In this period of time, although his wind and fire intents were still at the peak of the beginning second level, his earth intent had also reached the peak of the beginning second level through cultivating with earth element intent crystals. Only the thunder concept was a little slower, and it had also reached the late stage of level 2 beginning. Now, breaking through to the second level of the spiritual ocean tier was not the slightest bit of a problem. Plop! Lu Ming leaped into the pool, and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. He opened his mouth and inhaled, and the extremely rich spirit qi of heaven and earth continuously gushed toward the 9-dragon bloodline. It was as if Lu Ming had exploded countless spiritual crystals to cultivate. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique and refined it with all his might, converting it into essential core. Walala. In the spirit ocean, the Zhen Yuan was like waves, constantly rolling. As the spirit qi continued to transform into Zhen Yuan, the Zhen Yuan continued to grow. 3 days later, Lu Ming had devoured and refined all the spiritual energy in the entire pool. Boom! 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 The sound of raging waves crashing against the shore came from his dantian, rumbling and exploding. Waves of terrifying aura emanated from Lu Ming's body. After a while, he opened his eyes. Second level of the spiritual ocean tier. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Intent is still in the middle tier. As long as I can reach the second level lower tier in all 4 types of intent, and have enough spiritual crystals or ori rocks, I can charge into the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm in one go, or even the 4th level. Lu Ming smiled, got up, and left. Lightning-fast methods. A day later, Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak. There was actually a huge spear stuck upside down on the mountain peak. The spear was dark red in color, and it was filled with a scorching flame aura. Around the long spear, there were at least 100 figures sitting with their legs crossed. These people were all trained in the fire concept. Lu Ming asked around. It was said that this long spear was a weapon used by an expert at the peak of the spiritual god realm. The long spear was broken because he had a great battle with someone. That expert then stuck the broken long spear upside down here. However, this spear still contained the fire concept that the powerhouse had comprehended. It had not dissipated even after thousands of years. It could be said to be a holy land for cultivating the concept of fire. Lu Ming sized up the place for a while, then chose a place and sat cross-legged. However, he did not notice that not far away from Lu Ming, there was a young man who was carefully sizing him up. His eyes were flickering. Recently, Shengguan Jinjue and Miao Yi have been looking for a young man. Shengguan Jinjue just came here a few days ago, and from their description, he looks very similar to this man. If I pass the news to Shengguan Jinjue and Miao Yi, I'll probably get a lot of rewards. The young man sneered. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent out 2 messages. Shengguan Jinjue was standing on a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, his expression changed and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. With a sweep of his mind, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brat, I've finally found you. Let's go. With a flash, he disappeared. In the sky above a mountain range, Miao Yi was flying with a few people. Suddenly, a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. After scanning it with his mind, a sinister expression appeared on his face. Brat, I've found you. I'll see how you die for offending me. Then, Miao Yi led a few people and headed in the direction of Lu Ming. Lu Ming studied it quietly. The owner of the spear was extremely powerful. His comprehension of the concept of fire had also reached an astonishing level, which was a great inspiration for Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt that his fire concept could break through the bottleneck at any time and enter the realm of level 2 lower tier. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating here for a day. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent. A sharp sword chi was coming at him. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. His body flashed and he moved a few meters away. Puchi. A sharp sword chi struck the spot where Lu Ming had been sitting cross-legged, creating a bottomless hole. The others nearby were also shocked. They all ended their cultivation and appeared in the sky. Although they had comprehended the fire intent here, each of them had split a part of their attention to observe the surroundings. After all, they had to be on guard against others. After Lu Ming moved a few meters away, his figure flashed and he appeared in the air. His cold eyes swept in one direction. It was a tall young man wearing a starry robe. He had an extraordinary aura. Behind him, there were 3 young men in their late 20s, all wearing long starry robes. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Lu Ming said. He did not know any of these people, but they wanted to kill him. Before the young man in the starry robe could speak, there were already exclamations around him. "It's him, Shangguan Jinjue. He's here again. He came here a few days ago. Could it be to find this person? It can't be wrong. Who was this person? He actually offended the Shangguan family and made the Golden Lord of Shangguan spend so much effort to find him." The words of the people around made Lu Ming come to a realization. He was probably here for Shangguan Wuchen and the others. Why? How dare you injure a direct descendant of the Shangguan family? You deserve to die. Now, I'm here to take your head back. Shangguan Jinjue's eyes sparkled with starlight as he spoke in an overbearing manner. Take my head? Ha ha ha, I've already shown mercy to those guys, but in your eyes, it's a capital crime. It seems that if I don't show some thunderous means, everyone will think that I'm easy to manipulate. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. After he came to 9 Dragons, his methods were much gentler. The main reason was that he had just arrived here, and this place was full of big forces and big families. His strength was too weak, so he decided to keep a low profile and endure it for a while. He wanted to use the cultivation resources in 9 Dragons to quickly improve his strength. But now he found that forbearance was not a solution at all. The more you forbear and the gentler your methods are, the more others will bully you. Huh, what a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare he compare himself with the direct descendant of the Shangguan family? Kill him. Shangguan Jinjue waved his hand, and 3 young men strode out from behind him. Their bodies were filled with dazzling starlight. The bloodline awakened by the Shangguan family's disciples was related to the stars, and there were all kinds of stars. All kinds of star bloodlines appeared above the 3 young men's heads. There was the saber star, the giant sword star, and the flying bird star. Kill! With a loud shout, the 3 young men strode out. Dazzling starlight condensed into a saber, a giant sword, and a flying bird, all of which were aimed at Lu Ming. The 3 youths were all experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed by me. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long hiss. The essential core in his body exploded and a tsunami-like sound was heard. His palm struck out like a divine monument. Bang! One of the starlight sabers was shattered, and the young man's chest caved in. With a miserable cry, he was blasted to the ground and died on the spot. Who? Immediately after, Lu Ming twisted his body and swept out with his leg. This kick was also driven by the prison-suppressing heavenly art. The giant sword shattered and the body of the young man from the Shangguan family exploded. 2 moves, killing 2 people in a row, the momentum was like thunder. The remaining young man turned pale with fright and counterattacked with all his might, his figure retreating rapidly. Gakudo path attack. A ray of spear light flashed past, and a large hole appeared between the eyebrows of the last young man. His eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness. CSI. Gasps could be heard from all around. 3 experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier were actually killed by Lu Ming in 3 moves. This was too terrifying. The most important thing was that Lu Ming was decisive and merciless. Shangguan Jinjue's pupils constricted. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his imagination. I've said it before, if you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed by me. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Shangguan Jinjue. Your combat strength is not bad. It's beyond my expectations. That's good. It'll be more enjoyable to kill like this. A cruel look flashed across Shangguan Jinjue's eyes. A violent star power spread out from his body. Ow! On top of Shangguan Jinjue's head, a star wolf howled at the sky, showing its ferocity. This was the star of Ravenous Wolf, a legendary and extremely powerful star. Sky Wolf Slash. A saber appeared in Shangguan Jinjue's hand. He swung the saber, and the wolf howled, filling the sky with starlight. Without a doubt, Shangguan Jinjue had also comprehended the star will. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and struck out with his palm. The palm and the blade light met, making a violent roar. Heaven and earth shook violently as the two figures separated upon contact. Killing Shangguan Jinjue. The peak of the third level of the spiritual ocean tier was Shangguan Jinjue's cultivation. Moreover, the martial technique that Shangguan Jinjue had used was obviously a demigod-level martial technique. Shangguan Jinjue was ranked 465th on the list of top 1,000 talents. His combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Boom! After the two of them split, they started fighting again. Heavenly Wolf Slash all life. Shangguan Jinjue was bathed in the bright starlight. He was like a god who had descended to the mortal world. His aura was magnificent and powerful. He slashed out with his saber, like a wolf howling at the moon. If they were fighting at the same level, Shangguan Jinjue's combat strength would even surpass Miao Yi's. Every 100th place on the list of top 1,000 talents was a leap and a stage. Shangguan Jinjue was ranked in the top 500, and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing divine art and the vital essence in his body exploded. Every palm and every punch contained the power to suppress the 9 levels of hell. It was extremely terrifying as he engaged in an intense battle with Shangguan Jinjue. The violent force swept in all directions, causing the surrounding spectators to retreat frantically. A powerful chi blasted towards the mountain peak. However, the long spear that was stuck upside down on the peak of the mountain emitted a red radiance. The powerful chi that flew away was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It did not cause any movement at all. So powerful. Is this the combat strength of the top 500 on the list of top 1,000 talents? It's too terrifying. That's right. The 100th place on the list of top 1,000 talents is a threshold. Who is that person? He can actually fight against Shangguan Jinjue. Cries of alarm came from the surroundings. The most important thing was that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the second level of the spiritual ocean realm. For a second-level spiritual ocean realm to be so powerful was simply terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Is this the combat strength of the top 500 on the list of top 1,000 talents? It's indeed powerful, but that's all. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly waved his palm. 4 types of lights flashed. Lu Ming's palm contained 4 concepts. Previously, Lu Ming had only used 3 types of intent realm, the earth intent realm, and not an explosion. He also wanted to test the strength of the top 500 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Now that he had found out, it was time to end the battle. Bang! The palm struck down and Shangguan Jinjue's saber light was shattered. Shangguan Jinjue's face was filled with fear as he frantically retreated while holding his saber in front of him. Clang! Lu Ming's palm struck Shangguan Jinjue's saber. It was as if an ancient divine mountain had crashed into Shangguan Jinjue. Shangguan Jinjue's body trembled violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. How is that possible? You were holding back just now. Shangguan Jinjue roared in disbelief. Lu Ming was only at the second level of the spiritual ocean realm. When he fought with him just now, he actually held back his strength. It was simply unbearable for someone as proud as him. I don't need to use my full strength to deal with you. Lu Ming strode forward and struck with his palm. Shangguan Jinjue let out a long howl. Starlight filled the air and the howl of a wolf shook the sky. He wanted to fight back, but Lu Ming's 4 wills were too strong. Even though Shangguan Jinjue's will of stars had already reached the second level advance, it was still vulnerable under Lu Ming's will. Bang! Shangguan Jinjue's body was sent flying. There was a big hole in his chest, and his bones were shattered. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes were full of fear. Stop, you win this battle. We'll fight again another day. Shangguan Jinjue shouted and quickly retreated, trying to leave. What a joke, who wants to fight you another day? You can come and go as you please, what do you take me for? Since you've come today, don't leave. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps and moved forward at top speed, his eyes cold. You want to kill me, but you have to understand that if you kill me, you'll have to wait for the Shangguan family's crazy revenge. Shangguan Jinjue said coldly. He had actually threatened her. That's my business, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming's gaze was calm and he was unmoved. Today, he was determined to kill Shangguan Jinjue. The disciples of the major aristocratic families were all the same. Today, under the watchful eyes of the public, Lu Ming had killed 3 young men from the Shangguan family and defeated the Shangguan Golden Jew. Even if he let the Shangguan Golden Jew go, he would still seek revenge. He might as well kill him to end the matter. Seeing this, Shangguan Jinjue was truly afraid. He understood that he had met a ruthless person. Run, run, run. Shangguan Jinjue fled into the distance. However, how fast was Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps? After a few steps, he caught up to Shangguan Jinjue. His palm was like a divine monument, and he continued to press down. Shangguan Jinjue bellowed in anger and tried to fight back with all his might. The next moment, one of his arms was crushed. Die! Lu Ming's palm was aimed at Shangguan Jinjue's head. Miao Yi, along with a few other young men, rushed towards Lu Ming's group at top speed. We're almost there. This time, I'm going to make that kid face a life and death dilemma. In Miao Yi's eyes, a crazed killing intent kept flashing. There's a huge battle ahead. Suddenly, he heard a rumbling sound coming from the front. Let's go and take a look. Miao Yi brought a few young men and increased their speed, flying forward. He did not fly far before he saw Shangguan Jinjue running away in fear. A man was chasing after him. That's Shangguan Jinjue, and that kid. Miao Yi's pupils rapidly contracted. The next moment, he saw Shangguan Jinjue scream in pain. Lu Ming's palm struck him without any hesitation. Bang! Shangguan Jinjue's head exploded like a watermelon. Miao Yi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he almost bit his tongue. Shangguan Jinjue had been killed by Lu Ming with one palm. After Lu Ming killed Shangguan Jinjue with a single palm strike, he extended his hand and took Shangguan Jinjue's storage ring. He then devoured the blood essence and looked at Miao Yi with a cold gaze. You've also brought people to kill me? Lu Ming's tone was cold and filled with murderous intent. Miao Yi's heart trembled, and he felt cold sweat breaking out on his back. He hurriedly said, No, why would I? I just happened to pass by, Huh, brother is really brave, this younger brother admires you. Goodbye now. Miao Yi cupped his fists, an ugly smile on his face as he turned around and left. What a joke. Shangguan Jinjue's combat strength was much stronger than his. He was also the Shangguan family's peerless pride of heaven. His status was also extraordinary, Lu Ming had even killed Shangguan Jinjue. He would most likely not show mercy to him. He was simply a ruthless man. He was not afraid of the forces behind them at all. He no longer had the thought of killing Lu Ming. He only wanted to get as far away from Lu Ming as possible. Miao Yi left as if he was trying to escape. A smile hung on the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. He did not pursue him. As expected, if you were ruthless, others would be afraid of you. The other young powerhouses in the surroundings were also extremely shocked, and their feelings were extremely complicated. Shangguan Jinjue, the famous heaven's favorite in the eastern barren land, had died just like that. Now, the battle of Providence had yet to begin, and there were already peerless geniuses dying one after another. When the Battle of Providence officially began, how tragic would it be? How many geniuses would die then? At that time, the strong would become stronger and step over the corpses of the weak to reach the peak. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he kept the storage rings of the other members of the Shangguan family and devoured all the blood essence. He then flew to the mountain peak where the spear was stuck upside down. He sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence. 100 Supremes Pagoda. This time, there were 3 5th-level spiritual ocean tier and 1 3rd-level spiritual ocean tier martial artists' blood essence. It was even more majestic, and the power of the blood essence was even purer. At the same time, all of them surged towards the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. This time, the refinement took a day. In a palace of the Shangguan family, a terrifying aura and killing intent came out. What did you say? Jin Ju was killed. By that kid called Lu Ming? A deep roar sounded, containing endless anger. The owner of the voice was Shangguan Zhongyuan, the father of Shangguan Wuchen and Shangguan Wuling, an elder with real power in the Shangguan family. Shangguan Wuchen, Shangguan Wuling, and a skinny man stood beside Shangguan Zhongyuan. Their faces were pale, and they were sweating profusely. They knew that Shangguan Zhongyuan was furious. He was extremely furious. Shangguan Jinjue was killed? Among the Shangguan family's younger generation, Shangguan Jinjue was the second most powerful heaven's favorite. There was only one person who was stronger than him. The Shangguan family had high hopes for such a genius. In the future, he would definitely become the Shangguan family's pillar of support. It was a pity that he had died just like that. How could Shangguan Zhongyuan not be angry? Lu Ming, he must die. After a moment of silence, Shangguan Zhongyuan uttered a cold sentence. But father, there are people guarding the 100 venerated mountains. People over the age of 30 can't enter at all. How can we kill that little bastard? Shangguan Wuchen said. Among the younger generation of the Shangguan family, there was no one else who could compete with Lu Ming except for one person. However, that person was cultivating in another holy land of a higher level and could not disturb him. Only the older generation could kill Lu Ming. However, the elders could not enter the 100 venerated mountains. Moreover, they did not dare to brazenly send their elders to kill Lu Ming. He could only do it secretly. He can't possibly stay in the 100 venerated mountains forever. Wait for him to come out. Shangguan Zhongyuan's eyes were as cold as ice as he continued, send someone to monitor the 100 venerated mountains. Inform me immediately after that kid comes out. Yes. The skinny man said. Lu Ming cultivated beside the long spear for an entire day before he managed to refine all the blood essence. However, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had not advanced. But this time, Lu Ming had a feeling. He felt that he was not far from the divine level. It was a wonderful feeling. He could feel that the prison-suppressing steel was not far from being promoted. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. Once the prison-suppressing steel was promoted to the divine level, his combat power would definitely be greatly improved. Furthermore, it was said that there was an even more powerful use of the divine bloodline. It was not as simple as a burst of power. It would greatly increase one's combat power. The sovereigns who had awakened divine bloodlines were also known as divine-level sovereigns. According to the records, the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents were all god-level talents. In other words, the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents had all awakened the third bloodline, which was a divine bloodline. Without awakening a divine bloodline, there was no way he could compete with those geniuses. Lu Ming pondered for a while. He took a deep breath and stood up. He planned to leave this place and change to another place to cultivate. "Brother, may I know your name?" At this moment, a young man walked to Lu Ming's side, cupped his fists and smiled. Lu Ming frowned slightly. "This brother, I can see that your combat strength is strong and you are indeed a dragon among men. I am interested in befriending you. I am Chu Zhongshuan." The young man continued. His eyes were very pure, and he didn't seem to have any other thoughts. Chu Zhongshuan, 586th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. It's just a small name, it can't be compared to you, brother." Chu Zhongshuan laughed. "I'm Lu Ming." Since Chu Zhongshuan was so forthright, Lu Ming was not a pretentious person. He smiled. "Could it be the strongest esper on the Heavenly King list, Lu Ming?" Chu Zhongshuan's eyes moved as he said. "If there isn't a second Lu Ming who also topped the Heavenly King ranking, it should be me." Lu Ming touched his nose and said. "No wonder Brother Lu is so strong. With your combat power, you should be able to pass the Tower of 100 Talents. You might even get a token to other higher cultivation holy lands." Chu Zhongshuan sighed. "Tower of 100 Supremes? A token that leads to a higher cultivation holy land?" Lu Ming had some doubts. "It seems like Brother Lu doesn't know yet." Chu Zhongshuan was a little surprised. He explained to Lu Ming briefly. There were many cultivation sanctuaries in 9 Dragons, and the 100 Venerates Mountain was just one of them. It was just an ordinary one. There were also some cultivation holy lands that were even more wondrous than the 100 Venerated Mountains, and the effects were even better. However, some of those holy lands required a large amount of resources, so the number of people who could enter was extremely limited. Some holy lands were only open to the top of the list of top 1,000 talents. After all, resources were limited. They could only be given to stronger geniuses so that they could achieve better results in the Battle of Providence. It was said that the top 100 on the list of top 1,000 talents had been sent to a secret place by Martial Emperor De to cultivate in seclusion, waiting for the Battle of Providence. If one wanted to enter a higher cultivation holy land, other than those famous and top-ranked heaven's favorites, there was another way, and that was to obtain the qualifications. In some ordinary cultivation holy lands, there would be some testing grounds. For example, the 100 Supremes Pagoda in the 100 Supremes Mountain. As long as they passed it, there was a certain possibility of obtaining a token to a higher cultivation holy land. Some of the geniuses who cultivated in the 100 Supremes Mountain would often go to the 100 Supremes Pagoda. There's actually such a place. Lu Ming's heart palpitated. The effects of the 100 Venerated Mountains were still quite good if one's cultivation level was lower. However, as one's cultivation level increased, the effects would become weaker and weaker. It would naturally be better if one could go to those more mysterious places to cultivate. "Brother Lu, do you want to go? Why don't we go together?" "I was planning to go and try it out," Chu Zhongshuan said. "All right, let's go together," Lu Ming said. Then, the two of them left the place. Chu Zhongshuan had been there before and was familiar with the way. He brought Lu Ming in the direction of the 100 Venerated Mountains. A few hours later, a tall tower appeared in front of them. It was a stone tower that occupied a large area and was so tall that it reached the clouds. The two of them flew over and landed below the stone tower. There were a few other young men below the stone tower, and they all looked up. Lu Ming also raised his head and looked up. The stone tower had a total of 10 levels. At this moment, the first 6 floors were all shining with light, while the last 4 floors were pitch black. On the way, Chu Zhongshuan explained the situation of the Tower of 100 Supremes to Lu Ming. The Tower of 100 Talents did not test one's cultivation, but the intent realm of heaven and earth. There were 10 levels in the Tower of 100 Supremes. As long as one could make it to the 9th level, they would be able to obtain a token that would lead them to a higher cultivation holy land. Every time he passed a level, the Tower of 100 Talents would light up. At this moment, the first 6 floors were lit up, indicating that someone had made it to the 6th floor. At this moment, the light on the 7th floor also suddenly lit up. Luan Xiongfei has already reached the 7th floor. Could he possibly reach the 8th floor? It's hard to say. However, the 100 battle intent realm of the Luan family is indeed terrifying. Under the Tower of 100 Supremes, the others were discussing in low voices. Breakthrough of intent realm. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The Luan family, one of the 6 ancient aristocratic families, was named Luan Xiongfei. He was ranked 432nd on the list of top 1,000 talents, and was even more powerful than Shengguan Jinjue. Obviously, Luan Xiongfei had already reached the 7th floor. Boom! 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 At this moment, a violent sonic boom came from the sky. A scorching aura spread towards Lu Ming and the rest. Everyone looked back and saw a burly figure in the sky flying toward them at an extreme speed. His body was covered in purple flames, like a purple sundae. It's the Wang family sky-burning flames. Someone exclaimed. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the person approached the 100 Supremes pagoda, but he had no intention of slowing down. His entire body was like a meteorite, smashing towards them. Not good, dodge. The others were shocked and retreated. Lu Ming frowned and stood still. Ha, get lost. The Wang family member laughed and smashed down. Brother Lu, get out of the way. Chu Zhongshuan pulled Lu Ming to the side. Boom. The Wang family members stomped heavily on the spot where Lu Ming had been standing. The earth rumbled, gravel flew, and cracks appeared on the ground. Wang Kong. It's Wang Kong. Someone exclaimed. Wang Kong, 430th on the list of top 1,000 talents, was 1 rank higher than Luan Xiongfei. Wang Kong landed on the ground and cast an unfriendly glance at Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming did not want to dodge, and that made him a little unhappy. The Wang clan. Lu Ming muttered. He thought of Jian Filiu. Jian Filiu should have arrived in 9 dragons. He wondered if he had gone to the Wang family. If he had the chance, he must find the Wang family and ask them about it. That guy, Luan Xiongfei, actually made it to the 7th level. It seems like his 100 battle intent has improved a little. However, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to make it to the 8th level. Wang Kong chuckled. Sure enough, not long after, a ray of light flashed on the 7th floor. A figure appeared and was bounced out. It was a burly young man. He was wearing armor and exuded a powerful fighting will. Luan Xiongfei, it seems like you have failed. Wang Kong sneered. Wang Kong, I've failed. You might not be better than me. After saying this much, Luan Xiongfei didn't stay any longer, and soared into the sky and left this place. After Luan Xiongfei came out, all the lights in the Tower of 100 Supremes had been extinguished, which meant that there was no one inside. Wang Kong snorted and strode toward the 1st floor of the tower. There was a light door at the bottom of the 1st floor of the Tower of 100 Supremes. Wang Kong disappeared after he stepped through it. Brother Lu, let's go and have a try. Chu Zhongshuan said. Many people could enter the Tower of 100 Talents at the same time. Lu Ming nodded and stepped into the light door with Chu Zhongshuan. At the same time, a few other people also stepped into the light door. The moment Lu Ming entered the door of light, he appeared on a platform. What? As soon as he entered, Lu Ming realized that the essential core in his body could not be circulated at all. Even his mental energy fire could not be circulated. He could only erupt with the intent realm of heaven and earth. Whoosh! A flaming saber was formed and slashed at Lu Ming. This flaming saber was formed by the fire concept, which was equivalent to the early stage of the beginning of level 2. With a single thought, Lu Ming's concept of fire burst out and condensed into a long spear of flames, which he stabbed at the flaming saber. With a bang, the flaming saber was destroyed. A door of light appeared in front of the platform. This first stage is really easy. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the door of light. The next moment, he appeared on another platform. At this time, if one were to look from the outside of the Tower of 100 Supremes, they could see that 3 floors had already lit up, indicating that someone had made it to the 3rd floor. This time, another flaming saber was formed on the platform. However, the fire concept contained in this flaming saber had already reached the peak of the 2nd level. It was on par with Lu Ming's current flame concept. Lu Ming only cast a kind of flame concept and condensed a long spear to fight against the flaming saber. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. The spear and the saber kept clashing, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. It's purely a battle of intent. Not bad. This can temper my intent and make it stronger. Lu Ming pondered and focused on controlling the concept of fire to fight against the flaming saber. Lu Ming's current concept of fire was at the peak of the 2nd level beginner, which was equivalent to the flaming saber. The two of them kept clashing. At this time, 5 floors of the Tower of 100 Supremes had already lit up. This meant that someone had made it to the 5th floor. What a fast speed. That should be Wang Kong. He has already reached the 5th floor. I wonder if he can make it to the 9th floor. The 9th floor is unlikely. Even Wan Xiongfei has only made it to the 7th floor. I think Wang Kong will most likely be stuck there as well. There were still a few people watching and discussing under the tower. Lu Ming burst out with the concept of fire and fought with the flaming saber. After more than 100 rounds of fighting, Lu Ming felt that he was becoming more and more familiar with the use of the concept of fire. His long spear danced and he had the upper hand. After a few moves, he defeated the flaming saber. Although Lu Ming's fire concept had not broken through the bottleneck and reached level 2 lower tier, he felt that it was one step closer. After destroying the flaming saber, another door of light appeared in front of him. Lu Ming stepped into it and the next moment, he appeared on the platform of the 3rd level. This time, a golden combat sword appeared. It was formed by the metal mentality, and it had reached the initial completion of level 2 mentality. It seemed that the will that appeared in the Tower of 100 Supremes was random, and it was not fixed on a specific will. Whoosh! The golden combat sword was incomparably sharp as it stabbed toward Lu Ming. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming released 2 concepts. The 2 intents of wind and fire combined to form a long spear. After a few moves, it destroyed the huge golden sword. Lu Ming continued and entered the 4th level. On the 4th level, it was still a golden sword, but the strength of the metal mentality had reached the peak of level 2 lower tier. Lu Ming used the wind and fire concepts to fight. After exchanging dozens of moves, he defeated the golden sword and entered the 5th level. And at this time, there were already people who failed to pass the round and were ejected. The 7th floor also lit up at this moment. Someone had made it to the 7th level. At the bottom of the tower, the others raised their heads to see if the 8th floor would light up. However, after a while, the 7th level flashed and a figure flew out. It was Wang Kong. Damn it, just a little bit more and I'll be able to make it to the 8th level. Wang Kong growled. As soon as Wang Kong came out, he saw that the light on the 7th floor of the tower was extinguished, but the lower 6 floors were still lit. In less than 2 minutes, there was a flash of light on the 6th floor and a figure appeared. It was Chu Zhongshuan. He had made it to the 6th floor and was ejected. The light on the 6th floor was extinguished, but the 5 floors below were still lit. There's still someone on the 5th floor. Wang Kong looked at the Tower of 100 Supremes but did not leave. At that moment, Lu Ming was on the 5th level. A green ring appeared on the 5th level. It was condensed by the wind concept and had reached the stage of level 2 upper tier. Lu Ming still only unleashed 2 intense wind and fire. He tried his best to resist, but he was completely at a disadvantage. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry. This way, he could train the wind and fire concepts, especially the wind concept. He could also use it as a reference. The 10th floor. Lu Ming did not hope to achieve any merits, but he hoped to not make any mistakes. He focused his mind and unleashed the wind and fire concepts to resist with all his might. Although every attack would make the long spear condensed by Lu Ming's wind and fire concept tremble as if it would collapse at any time, Lu Ming would block it every time. Lu Ming blocked and comprehended. Outside the Tower of 100 Supremes, everyone was watching. What's going on? Who was it? Why are you on the 5th floor for so long? It's the person who came with Chu Zhongshuan. I don't know his name, but I guess he can only reach the 5th level at most. That's why he was stuck there for so long. If you can't pass, then come down earlier. There are other people who need to go in. Don't waste their time. At this moment, there were others who had just arrived and snorted coldly. Boring. Wang Kong curled his lips contemptuously. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes moved. The others were also stunned. Because of this, the 6th level of the Tower of 100 Supremes suddenly shone. Lu Ming had reached the 6th level. After enduring for so long, he's finally reached the 6th floor. I guess the 6th floor is his limit. I bet he'll be ejected from the 6th floor in less than a minute. But before he could finish, he stopped abruptly. That was because the 7th level had also lit up. It had only been a few breaths since the 6th floor had lit up, and the 7th floor had already lit up. Those people under the Tower of 100 Supremes couldn't help but open their mouths. The few people who said that Lu Ming's limit was the 6th level and that he would be ejected in less than a minute were so ashamed that their faces turned red. This face-smacking was too fast. The 7th floor was already the highest floor that Wang Kong had reached, and now, someone else had reached it. Interesting. Wang Kong stepped back and stared at the Tower of 100 Supremes. The 7th floor stopped again. The 8th floor did not light up for a long time, and no one came out. In the Tower of 100 Supremes, Lu Ming felt that he had trained enough on the 5th level and once again unleashed the thunder mentality. He fused the 3 types of mentality and instantly defeated the green ring, entering the 6th level. The intent realm of the 6th level was equivalent to the peak of a 2nd-grade minister. Lu Ming only needed a few breaths to defeat it and ascend to the 7th level. Therefore, the time it took for the 6th and 7th floor to light up was only a few breaths. The 7th level had a complete level 2 concept. A long lightning spear formed by lightning shot towards Lu Ming. He was fast and ruthless. He appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming controlled the 3 concepts to resist the lightning spear. This time, the battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. My thunder concept has finally reached the completion of the 2nd level's initial stage. In the process of the fierce battle with the lightning spear, Lu Ming had an epiphany and cultivated the thunder concept to the peak of the 2nd level beginner. The power of the fusion of the 3 intents increased again, and it destroyed the lightning spear in one fell swoop. 7th level, passed. Lu Ming passed through the door of light and stepped into the 8th level. When Lu Ming stepped onto the 8th level of the Tower of 100 Supremes lit up. Under the tower, everyone could not help but widen their eyes. Lu Ming had actually reached the 8th level. Terrifying. In that case, Lu Ming's comprehension of intent realm had already surpassed that of Wan Xiongfei and Wang Kong. Amazing. Lu Ming is indeed amazing. Chu Zhongshuan secretly praised. Intent realm doesn't represent all of one's combat power. Although this person's intent realm is not bad, his combat power might not be that strong. Wang Kong coldly snorted. No one said a word. They knew that Wang Kong had been surpassed and were unhappy. They just raised their heads and looked at the Tower of 100 Supremes. Would he be able to charge to the 9th level? They couldn't help but look forward to it. The 8th level of intent was the peak of the complete level 2. Lu Ming had 3 types of intent and was no match for it. Therefore, he unleashed the earth intent. As soon as the earth intent was used, the 4 intents combined and crushed him. Lu Ming ascended to the 9th level. The 9th level is lit up. Someone has reached the 9th level. Amazing, amazing. As long as he performs well on the 9th level, he might be able to get a token that leads to a higher cultivation holy land. The 9th level is extremely difficult to pass. We have to do our best. The better we perform, the more likely we'll be able to get the token. At the bottom of the tower, everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the top of the tower, at the 9th level. Let's see when someone will be ejected. The intent of the 9th level had not been raised to the 3rd level. If it had been raised to the 3rd level, there would be no need to compare. A 3rd level intent could completely crush a 2nd level intent. 9 combat swords appeared on the 9th floor. Blue, red, gold. It was actually the 9 commonly seen intents. Each of them condensed into a combat sword and stabbed toward Lu Ming. The 9 combat swords formed a sword array. Boom! The 4 intents fused and formed a 4-colored battle suit on Lu Ming's body. It covered his entire body and even his face. At the same time, he wielded a long spear and attacked with terrifying power. Lu Ming realized that the mentalities that appeared in the Tower of 100 Talents were the 9 common mentalities. Therefore, those who cultivated special mentalities would have an advantage here. This was because special mentalities were more powerful and mysterious. For example, the Earth concept was the strongest of Lu Ming's 4 concepts. When it was combined with the other 3 concepts, the power that erupted was also the most terrifying. Bang! 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 The sounds of collision rang out continuously. Bang! A combat sword condensed from the will of mountain was first defeated by Lu Ming. After 1 combat sword was defeated, the power of the remaining 8 wills was much weaker. Then, 1 combat sword after another was defeated by Lu Ming. Soon, all 9 combat swords were defeated by Lu Ming. A door of light appeared in front of the platform. Is that the entrance to the 10th floor? Lu Ming muttered. According to Chu Zhongshuan, it was very difficult for ordinary people to pass the 9th level. It was already not bad to be able to make it to the 9th level and even persist for a period of time. On the 9th level, 9 types of commonly seen wills condensed into 9 combat swords, forming a sword array. Furthermore, they were all at the completion of level 2. An ordinary person would not be able to pass it. Lu Ming was the only one who had fused 4 intents and a powerful earth intent that could pass. Then, what would be on the 10th floor? Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped into the door of light. Outside the tower, when Lu Ming stepped into the door of light that led to the 10th level, all the lights on the 9th level suddenly went out. All the lights in the tower were extinguished. The light is gone. That person has failed. They did not know Lu Ming's name. That's not right, why isn't he out yet? Usually, after failing, you'll be ejected. You wouldn't have died inside, right? I don't think so. I've never heard of anyone in the Tower of 100 Supremes dying. I'm waiting. However, an hour had passed in the blink of an eye and Lu Ming had not come out. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had not come out. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed but Lu Ming had not come out. Everyone was speechless. What was going on? Did he really die inside? However, the others wanted to go in but couldn't. This meant that there were still people inside. Chapter 785 Token acquired. What's going on? Chu Zhongshuan was also a little anxious. He was worried that something had happened to Lu Ming. Chu Zhongshuan, who is this man who came with you? Wang Kong's eyes turned to Chu Zhongshuan, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He is Lu Ming, Chu Zhongshuan said after a moment of silence. It was just a name, there was nothing to hide. Lu Ming? Who is it? You don't even know Lu Ming? It seems like you've been in seclusion for too long. I heard that the first place on the Heavenly King ranking this year is called Lu Ming. So it's him. Some of the people at the scene had heard of Lu Ming's name before, while some had not. Lu Ming, it's him. Wang Kong's eyes were even sharper, as if there were flames burning in them. Of course, he had heard of Lu Ming. During the Battle of the Heavenly King list, several of the Wang family's elites had died, and they were all killed by him. I'd like to see what's going on with this 100 venerated pagoda. How many days can you stay in there? Wang Kong sneered. He appeared on a huge rock not far away and sat down cross-legged. In fact, Lu Ming himself was a little surprised. When he stepped through the door of light and appeared on the 10th floor, he discovered that there were two old men sitting cross-legged on the 10th floor. The two old men were dressed in gray robes, and they did not seem to be emitting any aura at all. They were just like two ordinary old men. Of course, Lu Ming did not really think that they were two ordinary elders. It was impossible for ordinary elders to be here. The only possibility was that the other party's cultivation was so deep that he could not sense it at all. When Lu Ming appeared, the two elders' gazes fell on him, and they looked surprised. Interesting. He has comprehended 4 kinds of intent and has successfully merged them. This is very rare. One of the old men said. It's more than rare. I've never seen anyone who has fused 4 wills and can still cultivate to the 2nd level. Well, I've seen someone who has fused 3 wills. Another old man said. Lu Ming of the junior generation greets the 2 seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Not bad, little guy. One of them nodded. Senior, may I ask what the test for the 10th floor is? Lu Ming asked. Assessment? No, you've already passed all of them, but since you've reached the 10th floor, we 2 old guys can't not show our appreciation. The eyes of the old man on the left lit up as soon as he finished speaking. It was as if 2 balls of fire were burning. In the next moment, endless flames enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He released 4 intents and shouted at the same time, Senior, what do you mean by that? Kid, it's good for you to resist with only fire concept. The old man said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These 2 elders were unfathomable. It would be easy for them to kill him. Why did they have to do this? From the old man's tone, there seemed to be another reason. At once, Lu Ming kept the other 3 concepts and only used the fire concept to resist. When the flames controlled by the elder surrounded Lu Ming, he did not feel the slightest bit of heat. Instead, he felt very comfortable. He felt as if he was bathing in the fire concept, and the various changes of the fire concept appeared before his eyes. The fire mentality has such a transformation. Amazing, it's really amazing. Why didn't I think of it? A moment later, Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. His perception was completely immersed in the fire concept of the outside world. As for his own fire concept, it changed as he comprehended it. This kid has such strong comprehension. The eyes of the old man on the left lit up and he couldn't help but praise, his comprehension is indeed amazing. He has comprehended it so quickly. But it's not surprising. To be able to successfully merge 4 kinds of intent and cultivate to this realm, even if he had a great encounter, his comprehension is absolutely amazing. The old man on the right said. Just like that, Lu Ming was immersed in cultivation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Lu Ming's fire concept suddenly became violent and powerful. His fire concept had finally broken through to the 2nd level lower tier. 3 days to break through the bottleneck. Not bad, not bad. The old man on the left nodded and put away his fire concept. Many thanks for Senior's help. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He knew that the old man had the intention to help him. Kid, don't be happy too early. There's more. The eyes of the elder on the right lit up. He opened his mouth and a strong wind blew. Endless wind concept enveloped Lu Ming. Wind concept. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Lu Ming's concept of wind had also successfully broken through and reached level 2 lower tier. Kid, the two of us have only grasped these two intents. Consider it your reward for passing the level. You'll have to comprehend the other intents on your own. The old man on the right withdrew his wind concept and said with a smile. Many thanks to the two seniors. Lu Ming bowed and thanked him again. Oh, and this token. Take it. With your talent, you're fully qualified to go to a higher holy land to cultivate. The elder on the left took out a token and tossed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it and was overjoyed. Wasn't his purpose here for this token? Now, he had finally obtained it. Lu Ming bowed again to express his gratitude. Go. The elder on the right waved his hand and a powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. With a flash of light, Lu Ming realized that he had left the Tower of 100 Supremes and appeared in the air outside the tower. At the same time, the vital essence in his body was no longer suppressed and could be used freely. Lu Ming circulated his essential core and landed on the ground. Lu Ming has come out. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, someone exclaimed. Lu Ming had actually stayed in the Tower of 100 Supremes for 6 days and then appeared safe and sound. This was somewhat unbelievable. In the past, even if someone cleared the level, they would only get a token, but no one stayed inside for 6 days. On a huge rock not far away, Wang Kong opened his eyes. His eyes were like 2 balls of fire. He moved his body, and his hot breath spread toward Lu Ming. He suddenly landed in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what did you experience in there? Speak. Wang Kong asked, his tone filled with command. What did I experience inside? What does it have to do with you? Lu Ming frowned and cast a glance at Wang Kong. Lu Ming, what's with your attitude? If I say it's related to me, then it's related to me. Also, did you get a token that leads to a higher cultivation holy land? Hand it over. Wang Kong coldly rebuked. Idiot, get out of my way, you're blocking the way. Lu Ming was really speechless. Who did Wang Kong think he was? Other people might be afraid of him, but Lu Ming had come so far. Who had he been afraid of? Lu Ming, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you've ranked first on the Heavenly King list and your will of heaven and earth is stronger. Let me tell you, the Heavenly King list is a joke in my eyes. Although you've passed the Tower of 100 Talents, your will of heaven and earth can't represent your combat power. I advise you to hand over the token obediently before I do anything to you. Wang Kong's eyes turned cold. Chapter 786 Battling Wang Kong. Around them, the others watched quietly. They knew that Wang Kong was going to snatch Lu Ming's token. It was up to Lu Ming to deal with it. Chu Zhongshuan wanted to say something, but he hesitated. He wanted to speak up for Lu Ming, but the Wang family was powerful. If he stepped in, he might get himself into trouble. He pondered for a while and did not say anything in the end. Get lost, good dogs don't block the way. Lu Ming had completely lost his patience. His expression turned cold and he berated coldly. You're looking for death. Wang Kong's eyes turned completely cold. His body was covered in blazing flames. The terrifying temperature twisted the space. Boom! He took a step forward, his hand was like a heavenly blade, and he slashed at Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming also struck out with his palm, activating the prison-suppressing heaven technique. Bang! Their palms met and a buzzing sound was heard. Lu Ming's body swayed slightly while Wang Kong took 2 steps back. The rocks where his feet stepped on were vaporized by the terrifying temperature, leaving 2 dark holes. A battle in the air. Lu Ming rose into the air and appeared high in the sky. Kill. Wang Kong's killing intent surged, and the temperature of his body became even more terrifying. He circulated the Wang family's sky-burning flame art to the extreme. At the same time, his extreme purple heavenly fire bloodline burst out, making Wang Kong look like he was about to turn into a ball of fire. His aura was many times stronger than Wang Ju's when he was still a peak king tier. Wang Kong's cultivation was also at the peak 3rd level of the spiritual ocean tier. Raging flames burning the heavens. Burning extermination / A saber appeared in Wang Kong's hand. The saber was also covered in flames of terrifying temperature. What is this? The fire concept has evolevered, the burning concept. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Wang Kong's talent was indeed worthy of being ranked 430th on the list of top 1,000 talents. He had actually evolevered his fire mentality into the more terrifying burning mentality. The essence realm of heaven and earth was not always the same. It didn't mean that just because one had comprehended the concept of fire, it was the concept of fire. Some geniuses with terrifying talent could achieve evolution on the basis of this intent realm and evolve into an even more terrifying intent realm. As for what kind of intent realm they could evolve into, everyone was different, and it would depend on themselves. For example, the 9 common intents might seem to be the weakest, but they also had the most infinite possibilities. For example, the fire concept could evolve into countless types of concepts related to fire. Many of these concepts were extremely powerful and far surpassed the fire concept itself. The burning concept was one of the types of concepts that had evolved after the fire concept. Whoosh! A terrifying saber gleam slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body exuded 4 different intents, which merged with the prison-suppressing heaven technique. He threw a palm at Wang Kong. Boom! In the sky, there was a terrifying roar. The clouds were torn apart, and 5 colored lights filled the entire sky. This time, Lu Ming's figure only swayed a little, while Wang Kong took 9 steps back. How was that possible? Wang Kong's eyes were filled with shock. He had already used all his strength, but he was still pushed back by Lu Ming's palm. It was unbelievable. He was a heaven's favorite of the Wang family. The sky-burning flame skill he cultivated was a god-grade technique. In addition, his intent realm had evolved and he had comprehended the burning intent realm. Furthermore, his bloodline martial technique was also extremely powerful. It was also a demigod-level martial technique. It could be said that he had no shortcomings at all. In a battle of the same level, he was not afraid of anyone, except for a few extremely rare geniuses or divine-level geniuses who had awakened divine bloodlines. But now, Lu Ming was of a higher level and had defeated him. When had he ever been forced to retreat by someone of a higher level? Damn it! Die! Wang Kong bellowed. The flames on his body roared as if they were going to burn the world. Is there any use in shouting? Lu Ming took a step forward and swung his palm at Wang Kong. Boom! The two exchanged blows, and Wang Kong retreated again. To be honest, Wang Kong was very strong. He was even stronger than Shangguan Jinjue. When Shangguan Jinjue was facing Lu Ming, he was completely suppressed and killed in a few moves. Wang Kong, on the other hand, was still able to block it, though he was also at a complete disadvantage. Bang! 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 After a dozen moves, Wang Kong was completely suppressed. No matter how much he roared, it was useless. Bang! In the end, Wang Kong was sent flying thousands of meters away by Lu Ming's palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, just you wait. Wang Kong roared and turned to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not pursue him. Wang Kong was strong, extremely strong. If he was determined to leave, Lu Ming would not be able to kill him unless he used the Tao of Inscription and cooperated with him. The surrounding people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming had actually defeated Wang Kong. Furthermore, he had defeated someone of a higher level. It was truly terrifying. Brother Lu is really amazing. I admire you. Chu Zhongshuan walked over, his face still filled with surprise. You're welcome, Brother Chu. I need to find a place to cultivate in seclusion, so I'll take my leave now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and left. Some of them were left with a belly full of questions. They were guessing whether Lu Ming had obtained a token that led to a higher cultivation holy land. After flying tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming landed on a mountain peak. He entered the Supreme Shrine and 5 to 6 storage rings appeared in his hand. These storage rings were obtained from the enemies he had killed during this period of time, such as Shengguan Jinjue and the others. All of them were above the spiritual ocean tier, and there were even those at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. There was also Shengguan Jinjue, a prodigy. The things inside were very rich. Just the supreme spiritual crystals alone were worth 800 million. There were even dozens of middle-grade intent crystals, but they were of all sorts. In addition, there were many martial arts, spirit weapons, and pills. It was a pity that there were no raw gemstones. However, Lu Ming was satisfied. Now, his 4 intents had all reached the peak of the 2nd level. Even his wind and fire intents had reached the 2nd level lower tier. He could continue to devour spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation. However, 800 million spiritual crystals would not be much of an improvement. One should know that Lu Ming had consumed more than 800 million spiritual crystals in the process of breaking through to the Spirit Ocean realm from the Martial King realm. Furthermore, he had cultivated a super spirit sea. If Lu Ming wanted to increase his cultivation, the energy consumption would be even more terrifying. Bang bang bang. Piles of top-grade spirit crystals were devoured and Lu Ming began to refine them crazily. 100 million, 200 million. Not long after, Lu Ming had refined 600 million out of the 800 million supreme spiritual crystals. His cultivation had only risen to the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean realm. The remaining 200 million was not enough to break through to the 3rd level of the spiritual ocean realm. Hence, Lu Ming did not continue devouring. However, his cultivation had advanced to the peak of the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean realm, and it had also increased Lu Ming's essential core by a large margin. In his spirit ocean, his essential core was surging. At this moment, a spiritual herb appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was a level 6 spiritual herb. It had been a long time since Lu Ming cultivated his physical body. Now, it was time for him to cultivate properly. He activated the 10,000 spiritual combat body and began to refine spirit herbs and cultivate his physical body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming had refined more than 26th level spiritual herbs and improved his physical body to the perfected 7th level in one go. However, to break through to the 8th level, it was possible to do so with spirit herbs that were above the 7th level. Fatty and Wantingting in danger. After a few days of cultivation, Lu Ming's abilities had improved a little. He ended his seclusion and continued to look for the marks to comprehend the concepts. Half a day later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged beside a huge stone axe, quietly comprehending. The intent realm that this stone axe emitted was the Earth intent realm. There were not many people who could comprehend the Earth essence realm now. There were only 5 people around the stone axe, including Lu Ming. The position of the dragon's head was the center of the dragon's vein. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was so dense that it had even turned into fog, floating between heaven and earth. There was even the will of heaven and earth permeating the area. It was obvious that there was a Tao I in the dragon vein. It was very easy to comprehend the will of heaven and earth here. The Wang family, one of the 6 great ancient families, was located here. In one of the Wang family's courtyards, Wang Kong stood beside a slender young man who was wearing a cloud pattern. There was no trace of arrogance on his face. Instead, there was respect and fear. Wang Kong, you're saying that Lu Ming might have obtained a token that leads to a higher cultivation sanctuary? The young man spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with dignity. Brother vast heaven, that's right. Lu Ming made it to the 9th level and stayed there for 6 days. It's highly possible that he has obtained a token. Wang Kong answered honestly. Oh, that's very likely. I must get that token and use it to enter the blood pool to form my 3rd bloodline. Wang Kong, go get it for me. The young man's eyes lit up. The young man's name was Wang Haotian, ranked 356th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although his ranking was only a few dozen places higher than Wang Kong's, they were not even on the same level. The top 300 were known as God-level prodigies. Wang Haotian was in the top 400, close to the top 300. He was a quasi-god prodigy who was about to awaken his 3rd bloodline. Once the 3rd bloodline was awakened, and it was a divine bloodline, one would be a divine-level genius. It was a pity that Wang Haotian didn't get the token to go to a higher holy land when he reached the 9th floor of the Tower of 100 Talents. Wang Kong knew that Wang Haotian wanted to get the token and go to a higher cultivation holy land, the blood pool. He wanted to accumulate the power of his bloodline and condense a divine bloodline. Therefore, when he knew that Lu Ming might have a token, he must get it. Brother Haotian, that Lu Ming is extremely powerful. I couldn't take him down in the last battle. Wang Kong's expression changed slightly. Hee, I see. No wonder you've come to find me. It's fine. You just have to say my name, and I don't think he'll dare to refuse. Go. Wang Haotian waved his hand. All right. Wang Kong nodded and left. Lu Ming stood by the stone axe. He spent 5 days in comprehension. Lu Ming had gained a lot. He felt that the Earth concept could break through to level 2 lower tier at any time. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction. A young man walked over. Wang Kong. Lu Ming, I've finally found you. Wang Kong coldly said. What's wrong? A defeated opponent is looking for a beating again? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hearing this, the other 4 people around the stone axe were shocked. Did Wang Kong really lose to this young man? Wang Kong's face darkened as the wound was mended. I'm not the one looking for you this time. You've heard of Wang Haotian, right? Wang Haotian, a quasi-god prodigy, ranked 356th. Lu Ming's expression changed. That's right. He asked me to come and take your token. Hand over the token. Wang Kong coldly said, his tone filled with threat. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Wang Kong's face darkened. I'm laughing at your Wang family. As one of the 6 great ancient families, it's simply a disgrace. You don't have the ability to get it, so you want to get it from others without putting in any effort. Who was Wang Haotian? If he wants it, tell him to come and get it himself. Lu Ming laughed out loud, his tone full of disdain. How dare you, Lu Ming? You dare to insult the Wang family? No one can save you. Wang Kong roared. Why don't we try? Lu Ming's eyes were as sharp as a blade. He exuded a powerful aura and took a step forward. Boom! Heaven and earth rumbled, and a powerful aura emanated from Lu Ming's body. Wang Kong's expression changed. He quickly retreated and shouted, Lu Ming, just you wait. With that, he quickly left. You cowards! Lu Ming shook his head and continued to sit cross-legged beside the stone axe. However, just as he sat down, Lu Ming's expression changed. A voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. He scanned it with his mind and his expression changed slightly. It was Qiao Xian who had sent him the message. She seemed to be in a hurry and was looking for Lu Ming. She wanted to meet him somewhere. Lu Ming's brows furrowed slightly. He stopped cultivating and flew toward the address that Qiao Xian had left behind. A few hours later, Lu Ming saw Qiao Xian. Lu Ming, Fatty, and Tingting are in trouble. Xiao Xian said anxiously when she saw Lu Ming. What? What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. It's like this. Immediately, Xiao Xian explained everything she knew. It turned out that after entering the 100 venerated mountains, Kong Jin had been cultivating with Ruan Tingting. Everyone knew what Fatty was thinking. However, he didn't expect that some time ago, Ruan Tingting had obtained a great opportunity. She had actually obtained the inheritance of a peerless master from an imprint. That inheritance was actually a god-grade cultivation technique. Many people were shocked by this. The prodigies of the Luan family, one of the 6 great ancient families, were nearby. They immediately forced Ruan Tingting to hand over the divine-grade cultivation technique. Ruan Tingting naturally refused to hand it over, and then the Luan family made their move. This time, Kong Jin had defeated the prodigy of the Luan family in the beginning. However, the Luan family had sent out even more people. Kong Jin was no match for them, so he had to escape with Ruan Tingting. Now, they were trapped in a cave. Tingting and Fatty didn't send us any news. They must be afraid of implicating us. I only heard about it because this matter is getting bigger and bigger. Right now, Fatty and the others are in danger, so I thought of you. Xiao Xian said. Chaos, damn it. There was a sharp glint in Lu Ming's eyes. The Luan family and the Wang family were really jackals of the same lair. They thought that they were high and mighty and that they could take other people's things as they pleased. Lu Ming, I've also heard that Tingting's legacy is deeply engraved in the soul and can't be passed on to outsiders. Once it's passed on, the soul will explode and the person will die. Lu Ming said. Xiao Xian said anxiously. Do you know where Fatty and the others are trapped? Bring me there. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold light. It's at a place with a mark. It's quite a distance from here. Let's go. Lu Ming and Xiao Xian rose into the air and disappeared. Hoo. The fat man walked forward, gasping for air. His entire body was covered in blood. It was all his own blood. He held his battle axe and blocked the entrance of a cave. Ruan Tingting was in the cave. The walls of the cave had been marked by a peerless expert, which made the rocks of the cave extremely hard and indestructible. Battle at the entrance of the cave. It was also because of this cave that they were able to block the Luan family's attack. This time, the Luan clan had sent out 3 heavens favorites. Of the 3 heavens favorites, 2 of them were in the top 500. One of them was ranked 420th and he was extremely strong. In addition, there were still 8 young experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Although Fatty had successfully broken through during this period of time and reached the 2nd level of the spiritual ocean tier, he was still not a match for them and was injured by so many people joining hands. If it wasn't for the fact that the cave's entrance was narrow and could only allow one person to attack at a time, Fatty wouldn't have been able to block it at all. He had already been here for 2 days and 2 nights. The chaotic family took turns to attack him, and his injuries were getting more and more serious. But he couldn't fall. For Tingting, he couldn't fall. Outside the cave, the elites of the Luan family surrounded the cave with cold eyes. Lu Ming had seen one of them before. He was Luan Xiongfei, ranked 432nd on the list of top 1,000 talents. The other person was called Chaotic Tianhao, ranked 420th. Fatty, I advise you not to put up any unnecessary resistance or else you'll suffer. Luan Xiongfei said coldly. I've already said that when I received the inheritance, there was a restriction. I can't pass it on to anyone else. Once I do, my soul will explode. Even if you want it, I can't give it to you. Ruan Tingting's voice could be heard from the cave. Hee, of course, we know this. However, as long as you return to the Luan family with us, we will naturally have a way to extract the inheritance from your soul. Luan Xiongfei sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? If you're not careful, your soul will be destroyed. Even if you're lucky, you'll end up with an idiotic ending. Kong Jin shouted angrily. Hee hee, that will depend on her own luck. Luan Xiongfei sneered. A god-grade cultivation technique is so precious that it's not something you can control. You'd better obediently follow me to my house. Luan Tianhao said coldly. Dream on. If you have the ability, come up and fight me, and see how I chop you up with my axe. Kong Jin roared like an injured beast, and a wild aura filled the air. Not far from the cave, many people were watching, but no one came forward to say a word. What a joke! Who would dare to interrupt and interfere in the affairs of an ancient family? He could only blame his bad luck for being targeted by an ancient family. You're really looking for death. Luan Xiongfei's killing intent exploded. This damn fatty was even more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. He had actually blocked the entrance of the cave. It had already been 2 days. They had taken turns to attack, but they could not break through the fatty's defense. If it wasn't for this cave, Fatty wouldn't have been able to withstand many of their attacks with his injured body. Fatty, forget it. Just hand me over to them. Ruan Tingting's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Fatty's bloodied body. She didn't want to mess up her family. She wasn't willing to do so. She hadn't avenged her parents yet, but the power of the ancient family was too strong. What could she do? Don't say any more. That's impossible unless I die. Kong Jin's tone was firm. Ruan Tingting sighed. At this moment, she really hated herself for being useless. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Luan Xiongfei strode forward and rushed toward the cave. Come on. The fatty grinned, and his eyes revealed a fierce light. He raised his battle axe and began to fight with Luan Xiongfei. Boom! Boom! Terrifying chi shot out in all directions, but there were marks on the stone walls of the cave that glowed. All the chi shot out was like a stone sinking into the ocean. The two of them exchanged over 100 moves. After that, Luan Xiongfei retreated, his face dark. This fatty's battle strength was simply too strong, and his endurance was also too strong. He actually couldn't break through his heavily injured body. Ha ha ha, Luan Xiongfei, Luan Tianhao, you can't even deal with a heavily injured person. How about this? Leave this place to our Jiang clan. What do you think? At this moment, a loud laugh could be heard as more than 10 figures stepped through the air. When he saw who had arrived, Luan Tianhao's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, Jiang Taiyu, is that you? What is the Jiang family doing here? Luan Tianhao, a god-tier cultivation technique has appeared, and everyone has a share. Yuan clan can't be thinking of keeping it for your slaviers, right? Jiang Taiyu smiled faintly. You guys also want a god-grade cultivation technique? We, the Luan family, found that girl first. Luan Tianhao said with a cold expression. So what if you found it first? I gave you a few days and you still can't settle it. Who can you blame? It's our Jiang family's turn. Jiang Taiyu said with a smile. Luan Tianhao and Luan Xiongfei had unsightly expressions on their faces. Jiang Taiyu was ranked 419th on the list of top 1,000 talents, one rank higher than Luan Tianhao. Moreover, there were 2 other geniuses among the Jiang family's people. There were 3 geniuses in total, and they were not weaker than them at all. In fact, they might even be stronger. The 2 sides were instantly at daggers drawn. How about this? We'll bring that little girl back first and let the elders of the 2 families discuss it. What do you think? Luan Xiongfei said. All right, I have no objections. Jiang Taiyu said. I don't have any objections either. Now, it's your Jiang family's turn to attack. As long as you can get rid of that fatty, everything will be easy. Luan Tianhao said, nodding. They reached an agreement. At the entrance of the cave, Fatty grinned. In the cave, Ruan Tingting's eyes were filled with despair and her face became even paler. It was obvious that she had been injured before, and it was not a light injury. Let me kill this fatty. Jiang Taiyu strode forward, his eyes like lightning. Let's see who you'll behead. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out, and an enormous force field descended with a loud bang. Xian Yinqing stepped through the air. Little Qing, quickly leave. The fatty's expression changed as he shouted. Xian Yinqing was definitely no match for the Jiang family and the Luan family, the 6 prodigies, and more than a dozen young experts at the 5th level of the spiritual ocean tier. Shut up. Mind your own business. Xian Yinqing shouted. He did not stop as he stepped forward. His body was surrounded by a black light. His black dress fluttered in the wind, making him look like a demoness. What a beautiful girl. It's not bad to bring her back as a concubine. Jiang Taiyu's eyes lit up with a hint of passion. Bang! In the next moment, Jiang Taiyu moved. Like a peerless divine weapon, he broke through the sky demon force field and charged towards Xian Yinqing. Destruction cut. Xian Yinqing said softly. In the sky demon force field, the space twisted and a terrifying cutting force exploded. Jiang Taiyu's expression changed suddenly. His body glowed with black light and he slashed forward like a divine weapon. Buzz! Buzz! Jiang Taiyu's arm collided with the destructive cutting power, making a sound of gold and iron colliding and sending sparks in all directions. Interesting, but you're still far from being able to stop me with this. Jiang Taiyu's eyes glowed and his body suddenly moved. It was as if he had transformed into a sword, a slender sword of assassination, a sword of a poisonous snake, and he began to swim in the sky demon power field. The sharp sound of something breaking through the air resounded through the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Jiang family's immemorial divine weapon technique was extremely wonderful and could refine people into divine weapons. The sword Qi was extremely sharp, breaking through the demonic force field and cutting through the destructive force. It was headed for Xian Yinqing. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.